Hello, TikTok! I know I popped on earlier today and like psyched some of you out because I was trying to see if there was a new feature on my lives, which there was not yet. And you know me and new features not being available to me, I get really salty really quickly. But I just got back from church and finishing up there, and I thought I'd come on and hang out with you guys for a little bit and see how your Sundays are going, how you're getting ready for your weeks. Di Bay XOXO, welcome. How is your week going or your Sunday going? I always never know if like does Sunday count as your week has started yet, or is it just like not started yet? Oh, that scares me. That sounds like it was shaken. Uh-oh. Friday Funk, hello, welcome. Was your Friday funkalicious? It's good. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. We had a pretty rainy day here, even though we had things going on outside. I was kind of sad about that, but we got through it. It wasn't like a downpour, so we got through the little bit of rain. So I'm so glad. I miss like Funky Fridays. Friday is really my day to like really hang loose because my weekend is Friday, Saturday, and I have to work early Sunday. So anytime there's things going on Saturday night, I can't do it. But Friday is my day when everyone else is off as well. Happy Palm Sunday to you as well, Wolfsbane. Mama Carrie. Hopefully your Palm Sunday went well. Ours went well. We had a really good setup. Our Christian education director came in and decorated the front of the sanctuary where I walked in today. I was like, oh, this looks great. It was just always fun. We had lots of good palms. People actually were waving their palms during the... Elijah, welcome back. Thanks for the gifts. How are you doing? Are you having a good weekend? You get some time to relax? Good to see you. The last time you were on, I didn't like realize it was you. And I was like, oh, when I was looking at it, I was like, oh, I actually do know this person. I follow them. I love their content. So thank you. Maddie James, Stellar 2222. That's my favorite number. 22 is my favorite number. The first time I went to Vegas, a friend of mine, I was like, I need you to teach me how to play, what is it? Roulette? Yeah, roulette. And I put all my money on 22 because it's my favorite number. And he was like, don't do that. Don't just put your money on one number. You got to spread it around. And it hit. And I turned like my $20 into like a couple $100. It was amazing. For the rest of the trip, he did not second guess any of my bets. It was a great way to start off a trip in Vegas. So yours too. Isn't it a great number? I think, yeah, 22 is a good one. Elijah, thank you. It's so great to see you and great to see the gifts. I hear that there's a trend or a push for TikTok creators to use like all of the funds that they have in their accounts to buy from TikTok creators from other stores on TikTok. And definitely want to get on that. Anyone that's going to give me an excuse to spend my money for a good cause, I'm in. Just Random Writer, hello. My favorite number is 37. Not sure why. Hey, if it feels right, if that just feels good, that is good. Yeah. Yes, Elijah, I love your stuff. I have learned so much from TikTok and accounts like yours. It's been really helpful, especially as a pastor of some people who will probably need that kind of care. Just to kind of understand the stories a little bit more is like invaluable to me. So as crazy as TikTok world is, it's accounts like yours that make it worth getting lost in the in the pit of TikTok to find that stuff. Casey, first time on my lives. I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for popping in. Aslan, hello. Welcome. I'm just chilling out after Sunday worship. I actually have after I get home from worship, we have chocolate because I earned it. It's a long day. It takes a lot out of me emotionally. So to refuel with chocolate, it's like coming home after Death Eaters, but not like as bad, like not that. But Chocolate fixes everything. Ooh, the sun just came out. It's been like hiding all day. I've been thinking it's raining all day. That was it. Now it's going away. Bye, sun. Thank you for visiting. Ghosty nephew. Hello. Laura Barclay. You get to be back in church next Sunday. Are you one of our Barclays? We have a family of Barclays at our church. I can't tell by your picture if you're one of our Barclays or not. It's too small. My eyes aren't good enough. Gamer Assassin, hello again. Yeah, normally I don't come on lives this quick right in a row, but I had time on Sunday and I've got a video doing well right now, and I'm supposed to apparently do this when a video is doing well, so I thought I'd come on and say hi. Talking about anything to avoid my question. I didn't see your question. The easiest way to put questions in, if you have for me, is in the little like question box that's somewhere down here, and then it'll come up, and then it doesn't get floated away by other things. You get Sunday chocolate every week. See, Sunday chocolate, it should be a thing. GMC 233, hello. Three Honey 33, welcome. My cat Kenya's here, but I'm gonna be nice to her and not grab her. Usually I grab her and make her say hi, but then she gets mad at me. I am having a great day. Ooh, some in Scotland. Oh, you're from Scotland. I don't know, maybe Scotland and Presbyterians have a good tie, so maybe our Presbyterian Barclays are also from you. Welcome, hello, lots of people saying hi, good to see you. Missed church today and now feeling guilty. That is a great question. I'm going to click that and press answer and then yell at my cat for knocking things off. Stop. So definitely you can absolutely skip church. And here's my caveat to that. Sometimes when I say that, people are like, cool, I never have to go back to church. Worship and going to church is about spending time with God, and especially in the moment of like worship. So praising God, not asking for things, not asking for a lot of things, but like thanking God for things, expressing to God what God means to you. You know, thank you for being faithful and sticking with me through hard times and those kinds of things. So, if you skip church today and you're feeling a little bit guilty, it's probably because you're feeling a little bit of disconnected. You haven't had that worship time. Just take a couple minutes and give God some praise and thanks. And that can be your worship for this week. And that's a great way to switch it up a little bit. So don't feel guilty about that. That's okay. Let's see. Another question. How do I feel about shame in religion? I think shame in religion is and has been a really weak way for the church, and not weak in like it doesn't work, weak as in it's a shallow way of controlling people and getting people to think religion is important. People have used, the church and other religions have used shame to be like, if you don't have us, then this terrible thing is going to happen, to try and convince people to join them. And that's not the way religion should work. People should be drawn to the work that you're doing. They should see how that practice and that community is changing your life and want to be a part of that. Not because if they don't, they're going to end up in hell or be called a terrible person, but because they're just doing great things in general. So shame is the wrong way to come about finding people for your faith. How do I talk to God without feeling tense? So I think I might have a question back for you. There might be a couple reasons why you might feeling tense, and it might be wrapped up in maybe some shame if you mentioned shame before, and that this like thought of like God's going to judge you, and so you're not able to come to God as a friend. Like God's not a friend, a companion who's going to listen to whatever is like happening in the world. Okay, I'm going to start over again. The shame is going to keep you away from God. And if you are feeling that, that's going to affect the way that you feel when you're sitting with God. So figuring out where that tension is coming from might be helpful, and trying to figure out how to get to God as a friend. I don't know. I was walking around in a circle because I was thinking about this and having to block and delete this person. Okay. Lots of questions coming in. That's very good. Let's see. Where do I want to go next? Advice for a college student trying to stay faithful. That's a good question. College students staying faithful. I had a great college pastor, and the reason why he was so great was because he allowed college students to be college students. You are going to be exploring different parts of yourself. You are learning who you are apart from your family and your community that you grew up in. So there's probably going to be some boundaries that you test that you realize like, ooh, that is not how I want to spend my life, or that's not what I want to do continuously. So just be kind to yourself and realize that you are testing like who you are and recreating who you are. And so in every step of that, God is with you. And God is excited to see who you become as you grow into that. Sarah Jane, hello. I see your hello. Lots of other people saying hello. Good to see you all. Let's see what other questions I have on here. Anything that ever deals with like anxiety, depression, something that is actually like a mental disbalance, like a chemical disbalance. I have dealt with anxiety and depression in my life. God can help, but also don't just go to God. Like God also puts therapists into our lives and medicine into our lives and inspires people to help us with different coping mechanisms. So it's not like a pray away the mental illness kind of deal. But for me, God has been helpful in my anxiety to have someone or something to like pass it on to and be like, can you hold on to this for a second? And while I worry about this other thing, and I'm going to trust that you will be managing this. And while I'm not, managing it. And over my life, I've learned that God is faithful and will hold on to those things that are kind of these like thoughts that reverberate in the back of my head. And I can just be like, I'm going to give that to you for a second. I'll come back to it eventually. And sometimes I realize I don't have to come back to it because God's already taken care of it. But included in therapy and medicine and all those other great things. How do I show God I love God without going to church? So it can be just a prayer of like thanks. It can be recognizing the great things that God has given you, the blessings, the people in your lives, the places where God has shown up in your life. Recognizing like the times that you feel joy and love and self-control are fruits of the Spirit that come from God. So if you can be thankful for those moments and just have that gratitude and give that gratitude to God, that is a great way to show God that you love them. Lily Mack, thank you. I'm so glad that you found me and are staying connected with your faith. Is there a right way to pray? No. I think there are lots of different, if you are feeling that how you are praying is connecting you with God and you are able to offer your prayers and concerns and hopes and dreams to God and God is able to receive those, then that is happening. Prayer is that. You don't have to sit through. I don't do well sitting still, so I don't pray sitting still. How do I reconnect with God? So the quick answer is I've got a couple videos. If you go into my bio and scroll down to reconnecting to God, I've got 3 videos about reconnecting to God, connecting to the fruits of the Spirit, noticing them in your life, enacting the fruits of the Spirit, producing faithfulness and love and kindness in the world. You can start feeling your connection and finding where God flows the freest in your life. Scripture is a good place to go as well. Yeah. Okay, so there's a great book called Prayer for People Who Can't Sit Still. That's where I got a lot of the prayers that I do. I walk or have labyrinths, and I think there's a video, might be a couple months ago, where I had a labyrinth that I show what I do with the labyrinth. I do a prayer called Praying in Color, where you write what you want to pray or who you want to pray for, and then you like draw around it. So it's just kind of like a mindfulness moment to be with that thing that you're worried about and you want to pray for. Let's see, other ways of praying. And then taking a walk. I pray a lot when I'm driving. Just kind of get into that zone of like being with God and thinking of God sitting right next to me and like how would I talk to God. Walking a lot. I'd go on a lot of walks, even like pacing up and down my house, like walking back and forth. When I get stuck in a sermon, I'll stand up and like go back and forth and walk. It's just how my brain processes better. And that's also, I find, how I feel closer to God. I'll dance too. Like if I'm having a really great day, I'll like get into prayer and dance. It sounds silly, but that is. Do people judge me for supporting the LGBTQ community? On TikTok, they do. In my normal life, I don't really have a lot of problems. So questioning, two questions about questioning. So there's a difference between making a choice and discerning. And discerning is a very spiritual practice where you really take into account what is causing blocks in making the choice or the decision, which way feels better, worse. You really assess the emotions and the problem that you're having. So if you're questioning something like, like when I was trying to figure out which church I was going to take a call to, I would sit through and like really like make pros and con lists. I would think about like, what am I most afraid of if I make this choice? What am I most afraid of if I make this choice? I'd pray about it with God, like what feels right to you, what feels right to me. There's a couple different like processes of discernment. And I'm actually taking a week after Easter to go through a process of discernment where I'm literally going away from everything that I know and like away from my house and getting into a new environment and just trying to imagine what my life would be in these different kind of scenarios and how I would like to see them play out. And staying open to the Spirit to guide me, that it's not just me who's making this choice, but it's me and God in it as well. So just trying to keep ourselves open and really assessing what's going on, not forcing a choice, but going through a full process of discernment is really helpful. Oh, Jeff. Thank you. That's so sweet. Yeah, I'm answering my questions from my answer box. You must have seen that. I'm missing all of your beautiful hellos and welcomes. I wonder if, I know I can go back and see my lives later. I wonder if I can go back and see all of these later. But we've got a lot of great people here today. Welcome to everyone. If I've missed you coming in, I'm sorry. I'm got a couple questions in my question box, so I'm going from there. Tips with dealing with religious trauma. Smokey, thank you. Dealing with religious trauma, again, you just got to be graceful to yourself. It's not your fault. You're not damaged or broken. Like, it's something that you are more than what has been done to you. You are more than the things that you've said. Like, sometimes the trauma is, I used to be one of those people that would say, love the, whatever that phrase is. I used to be that person, and that has given, I've given myself that trauma of like just feeling shame and guilt over that. So sometimes we have to forgive ourselves for that. Just being really graceful to ourselves as we process through those things, and notice when the red buttons kind of come up. Like, what is it about that song that I just heard? Okay, that's a trigger for me. And that'll help you as you grow in your faith to know, like, okay, well, this kind of prayer is ruined for me because that prayer was used against me as a weapon. So I can't pray like that anymore. I have to find another way to pray. That will help you as well to assess what's been lost and what can still be salvaged. How do I tell people I accept the LGBTQ people? This helps. I've learned when I come on my lives with something like this in my collar, it helps people realize like what's actually going on here. So that is helpful as like a non-verbal way. But it's just like, if there's issues in the news that are affecting the people that I care about, I make sure to let people know like what side I'm on. I call my senators, I call my representatives and let them know what matters to me. To my friends, like if they're making jokes, if someone calls something gay around me, like they know I'm going to get like, oh, no, we don't say that. That's not appropriate. So just being, I don't know, I call it just being an ally, but it probably is a little bit. How do I feel about spiritual chakras? I had a therapist once that took me down that path and said that I needed some help with a couple of my chakras. And I went down the path and the journey with her. It just didn't fit for me. But if it's working for people, like that's great. I'm so glad that they have that structure for them to really understand where their life is feeling out of balance and where to focus to find more balance. Didn't quite work for me. Yeah, Christian pastor, PCUSA Presbyterian pastor. I'm losing some of the questions that were asked early on, so let me see. How to feel gender freely as a religious person. I'm not sure if I understand completely, but I think, knowing that God's image is not wrapped up in one gender, and that gender is something we have invented to understand people, that it's not God's construct, is helpful for people to kind of be like, I'm going to fit in however we feel, I feel I'm going to fit into that gender construct. Thanks for the happy Palm Sunday. Happy Passover. You went to church for the first time in a while. That is exciting. And what a great Sunday to go to church. I hope they had some really fun Palm Sunday songs and things going on at your church or the church that you visited. Let's see, what else? Lots of good questions in here. Were you wrong for temporarily stepping back away from faith? No. Sometimes we need some time to step away from the relationship with God and really assess what it means to us. Sometimes being away from it from a while can be like, oh, that's what it was doing for me. And that's the hole that I want it to fill. That's the bridge that it connects between this part of myself and that part of myself. It can help us better understand our faith to step away from a second and really feel where that gap is in our lives. Today is not Saturday. You're right. Passover was yesterday. But I feel like Passover, maybe it does end at sunset. I feel like someone was saying that it goes on for a couple days, or there's a little bit of a leftover something that happens. I don't understand Passover enough in the modern Jewish tradition. Can God love me when I love dark magic stuff and being bisexual? I don't know what you mean by dark magic stuff, but if you're not against people and you're using it in a way to spread love and light, then I don't have a problem with magic. Do I see this approach as the future of Christianity? I certainly hope so. It is definitely a future of Christianity. I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I think it's hard to tell if it's growing or getting smaller. I don't think it is either way. I think it's kind of just maintaining. Right now, if you take it globally, like progressive Christian isn't really the like major thought process, but the trajectory of how Christianity has developed shows that it might be bending in that direction. It's really hard to tell, especially with people. When people get involved, who knows which way we're going to go? I don't personally believe in healing crystals, but it does work for some people. I've seen people say that it really helped them their lives. People do like the salt lamps and things like that, where minerals have an effect on their actual life. So I don't really understand that, but If it's working for him, I'm not going to knock it, because I feel like God has probably endowed a lot of things with characteristics that we don't understand. So it's very possible. Just like medicine. Medicine comes from plants and things like that we didn't know before. Where did I meet God? I was raised Christian, so I was baptized as a baby and raised in a Christian household, and so God and Jesus has been a part of my life all through my life. It was wrong to say dark magic. Moon magic? Sure, yeah, moon magic is fine. I don't know the names of all the things, so I don't assume that my understanding of those words are what you meant anyway. But when anything when it comes to like magic and witches and things, and Jesus talks about it too, there are some people who are casting out demons and doing some magical healings and things, miraculous healings, we would say. And the disciples come back and they're like, tell them to stop. And Jesus is like, if they're not against me, then they're for me. Like, don't stop them from doing good things, even if they're not doing it in the way that we expected them to. So as long as it's not against me, I don't mind. And TikTok has also made me figure out what time I was born, because everyone keeps talking about like natal charts, and I was like, I don't know what this means. So I had to pull out my birth certificate the other day and find out. So if anybody knows how to read a natal chart, I'll let you know when I was born. You can tell me what's up. Progressive Christianity needs more missions and missionary workers. Here's the interesting part with progressive Christians and missionary work. So in the Presbyterian Church, we call it mission co-workers. So they're going there to co-work with the community that they're there with. And a lot of the funding that comes to missionaries, if it's not completely from a progressive church, so we have a missionary that's over in Kenya, it all comes from us, because she has lost a lot of funding from places because their funding is dependent on how many people she can convert to Christianity. So if she can't show this many souls have turned their lives over to Jesus, they say she's not an effective mission worker. Well, that's not something my church is necessarily caring about. Her work is actually to educate communities against female genital mutilation. So what we care is that there are girls being saved from that, girls that are not being married at young ages, that elders are changing their minds and changing the rules of their tribes. That's what we are concerned about. If she wins a couple people for Christ, great. That's icing on the cake and the cherry on top. But our main concern is what her actual mission work is. But it's every year we have to take on more and more of her salary until the point we're paying completely for her, because all these other places make her justify her work through souls won for Christ. So that's maybe progressive Christians need to step up a little bit more and fill in the gaps of that kind of mission work. That would be nice. Yeah, but it is kind of a problem. Let's see. There are definitely some, this is a good one. Okay, first I'm going to say trans people don't have the legal protection to vote. There are lots of protections and things that we need to do to make sure that LGBTQ people, trans people, have all of the protections that everyone else has. There's a lot of things coming up about voting. So make sure you are calling all of your people, whatever your side is. I'm not going to tell you which side to be on, but whatever the side is, you need to make sure that you're calling representatives and letting them know which side you want them to vote, because that does make a difference. And then this one, Lil Nas X music video. I think his account on here has shown a really great response to everything. I think the video represents, it's kind of a caricature of what people think LGBTQ people are. And it's kind of laughing it in their face of like, really? This is what you really think we're doing all the time? That we're like lap dancing with the devil? And like, really? Is this what you think it is? So I think it's very creative. I haven't watched the whole thing. I haven't listened to the whole music video. I've just seen clips of it. But I think it's a very smart commentary on the hate that the LGBTQ community is getting, and the fact that he has been able to find success in the genre that he's in is amazing. I love watching his career. Pastor Mike, Hosanna, Hosanna. Happy Palm Sunday. Oh, good. Yeah, I'll go check out your TikTok on that. That's awesome. Yeah, I should probably watch it and make some kind of response, because that's like the big thing right now, right? Is that music video. When Lady Gaga came out with her album that had Judas on it, I was a youth director, like a new youth director, and I made a Bible study for every single song on that album, and we listened to the whole album together. All right, I think it's loading maybe from the bottom. Palm Sunday, we did have some special things going on. We have our prayer walk open. It was rainy today. And that prayer walk is all through Holy Week, and we had palms, and it was my week to preach. So my sermon was about Jesus' anger in the temple. We had a beautiful setup of palms everywhere. It was gorgeous. Soifra? S-I-O, or maybe that's a 0, F-R-A. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear that. Thanks for letting me hear part of your story. Let's see what else is happening in this question. We've talked a little bit about the crystals and Christianity. I have no problem with that. If it's what's making you feel connected to God, I don't think there's any problem with that. Really, so when the Bible talks about like magic and things like that, it's very specifically talking about sorcerers and a specific kind of like sorcerer that was out to like get people. Like we think of snake oil salesmen. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about those people that would come into towns and say like, I'm a sorcerer, I can fix all your problems. That's what Jesus is talking against. Like, don't fall for these people who say that they can do all these amazing things. Like, that's not of God. But there were people who were connected to God and were having visions and were doing those kinds of things with God. So, I mean, it can be hard to tell, but it's definitely out there. Totally understand the struggling with faith and sexuality. 2 resources I love are Queer Theology, which is a great place if you're struggling with that. Reformation Project. I blanked on the last one. Links in my bio for how to hold that tension between your sexuality and your faith as you unlearn some of that toxic theology that might be in your life. Last year, people lay their palms on the sidewalk as they left, symbolizing our recognition of Jesus entering the community and not hidden away in the church. That is a great one. We had, Palm Sunday, last year Palm Sunday, we were already in lockdown, or we weren't back together yet last year. And it was too cold for us. Maybe you're in a warmer place. We weren't able to be together. Kaylee Malfoy, you're so sweet. Thank you. The thing I wear on my neck is called a collar, or a clerical collar. This is specifically a tab collar style. I got mine online. And this is like an added thing you can put in it. I got this from another progressive clergy person on TikTok. I'm assuming that they also got it online. I figured that's what you meant, Pastor Mike, 2 years ago. Yeah, last year, I don't know, last year doesn't count. But that's a good idea to put the palms out, and you can like leave them out there because it doesn't really they're biodegradable, which is awesome. You planted some daisy seeds today. That's exciting. How quickly will they come up? Are they like quick growers? My Easter plans for next week. So all week we have things going on. The next thing I have to do is a Monday, Thursday service on Zoom, which if you want to join that, you can go to my church website, linked in my bio. And that's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to do communion together on Zoom. Then Friday we have a pre-recorded service that's coming out. And then Sunday, 7 a.m. service in the parking lot, 10 a.m. online live streamed. You can join that live stream as well if you'd like. And then I'm heading up north, 2 hours up north, to do a week of discernment about digital ministry and what the future of digital ministry for me and for my church is. So be praying for me in 2 weeks as I try to figure out what that looks like to be a digital minister and how to maintain the work that I'm already doing for this church and doing that. It's going to be a good week. Definitely join the church's live stream. It's beautiful. We had an amazing person donate some money at the beginning of COVID so that we have some great cameras up there, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. And if it's too early in the morning for you because you're out west or just because you don't get up on Sundays, we do put it up onto YouTube later that day. Thank you for the prayers. That is going to be a pretty cool week for me. I'm glad that I'm able to go out and like do a full discernment around it because I think it's going to be a big deal, a pretty cool thing. Let's see. Mother-in-law is super Catholic and her son is bi. I hope maybe that you can be a light in that relationship, a source of something good. We can't live stream until we're in the sanctuary again. We remain in the gym until 50%. Yeah, we have a huge sanctuary, thankfully. It's not, so we're still at capacity, like every week we kind of hit capacity. But we're getting there, and people are being good about like understanding when they don't get seats. At least I haven't heard the complaints. They're not getting to me, at least. I'm sure there are people who are frustrated when they're not able to get a reservation, but that's unfortunately the place that we're in right now. Get vaccinated, wear your masks, and maybe we'll have more people is always my response. Okay, let's see what else is in my question box. We had like a flood of them for a second. Hopefully some of these people are maybe still here. Tips with dealing with church rejection. Don't take it personally. It's really hard when like you have people who love you in that church or you thought loved you in that church, and then they put a limit on that. It's just like being rejected by a family sometimes. Just, double guessing, second guessing yourself. Be kind to yourself. It's not about you. It's about them and their relationship with God. Most of our face-to-face worshipers are those without internet and don't understand how to use it. Yes. I don't know. It's hard to tell how many, most of the people who are in there, I think can use the internet. The pierogi fairy is here. Oh, that is what I need in my life, is a pierogi fairy. That would be amazing. Last year, I remember the pierogi festival was one of the first things that got canceled because of COVID. It was so sad. You could still like drive up and get a packet of pierogies, but that was it. Did I see Headphone Matthew pop in? Yeah! Yay! Hello! Welcome! I saw with your video, you're like with a pride flag walking on the sidewalk. It was awesome. You've got like a cameraman. You're like very fancy and someone else following you. I don't have that. I need to hire or train my cat. I might be able to train my cat how to hold a camera. Oh, Sunday chocolate. First appointment as a pastor was in an area well known for Eastern European food. That's awesome. Okay, sis, thank you for the rose. That's very sweet. Yeah, how are your youth group going? Your Beloved Arise youth groups going, Matthew? Or like, do you get people? Or is it like more people watching things afterwards? How are you doing that? How's it working? Are people coming from one church? I guess I should probably just message you. You came in after I said I'm spending a week discerning like what online ministry should look like for my church. And so maybe I should ask you how that's going, because that might be a model that I want to try and look at. Purple's your favorite color. Yes, Lent. Lent and all the purple on the crosses. Absolutely. Royalty. There's a Beloved camp up in, where is that? It's up in the thumb of Michigan. I think it's Lake Louise Camp. So I remember their name is Lake Louise Camp. Michigan. Yep. And they have a Camp Beloved. I wonder if this is sponsored by Beloved Arise. Where's their summer camp programs? Register now. Considering camp. Donut 166, welcome. Oh, thank you. He's so sweet. I love it. When I was making that video of the like with the Black Lives Matter and doing the transitions, our camera guy was up in the balcony. I was like, "Don't mind me. I'm just gonna do a TikTok." And he came down afterwards. He was like, "I was really sad you didn't do any dancing." I was like, "TikTok's more than dancing." Here, programs. I want to see if this is sponsored because they call it Camp Beloved. I know it's an inclusive community, LGBTQ youth allies, safe place. It doesn't say anything about Beloved Arising, but it feels like it might be the same thing. Do we have an argument about Harry Potter going on in the chat? It looks like we have an argument about Harry Potter going on. Okay. I think I've gotten through most of my questions on here. Or at least tried to. I need a nap. Usually I do get a nap on Sundays. But when I've moved youth group up so that we could meet during the day and when it was warmer, and I'm loving it, but it means I don't get my after church nap. So I've replaced it with chocolate. When I come home after youth group, I get chocolate. Froggy phobia. Oh no. Let's see what else is happening. Had a pretty good youth group. We went through the prayer walk today. Your universities gave you an exam on Easter? Rude. That seems like, especially because it's a Sunday. Like, first of all, what university gives a test on a Sunday? And secondly, like, it's a religious holiday. If it was like a different religious holiday, you could claim like I need to do it. Although they probably make you take it early. Usually what they do for religious holidays is they make you take the test early. Froggy phobia, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're still finding ways to be safe around your dad, finding ways and people to support you and love you to fill in that gap. I have so many people from Scotland that follow me, and I love it. I'm just gonna like take a month and go to Scotland and just like spend a couple days with each of you, and just hop around Scotland. I feel like I keep having so many people from Scotland come into my lives and comment on my videos. Scotland and Ireland, I think we should. I do love the kilts. That would be fun. Oh, froggy phobia, I hope you find ways to maintain your boundaries. Boundaries are loving, not just to yourself, but to other people. It lets them know what the expectations are. Packs bags, yes. Oh, to travel again. I wonder what's going to happen with traveling again. Like, is it just going to be crazy once things open up again? Maybe. It's very possible. LOLOLOL is here. Yep, staying safe is number one, froggy phobia. Nora Jean, thank you for being you. Cancun in May. Cancun is actually our like drop point for a mission that we have just like 2 hours inland from there. So we fly into Cancun a lot. That airport has grown up in the last couple of years. I remember when we first started flying into Cancun, it was like, I was so busy because everyone's going in there, right? But it was like such a dump. It didn't make any sense to me. And then like in the last 5 years, they've completely redone the airport and now it's gorgeous. The Cancun airport's where I got those shoes that were in my TikTok the other day, the flowered heels that I had on. I was coming back from a mission trip. That was a tiny bit of a nightmare. It wasn't terrible, but it was stressful. And I saw those shoes and I was like, I'm getting those shoes. I'm getting those shoes right now. I don't know anything about reality shifting. I don't mind witchcraft as long as it's being used as a way to promote love and light. I don't know anything about reality shifting. Thoughts on fantasy movies with magic and demons? Love them. I found this show last night on Netflix. Let me find... I binged it. I don't even know the name of it because I was just like binged it so fast. The Irregulars. It's on Netflix, and I am loving every second of it. And it's like all this like magical fantasy. I love Lucifer, Good Place, all those like those shows with that kind of mindset. What's the one? American Gods. What's happening with that one? I haven't seen that one in a while. The episode of the American Gods where you meet on my phone's. Okay. The episode of American Gods where you meet Easter and then you meet all the different Jesuses is the best episode. It is so true. It's going to make it into a sermon of mine if it hasn't already. That is like a perfect... So the idea of in American Gods is that anything that has enough believers or followers of, it like literally creates a god. So like if you believe in technology becomes a god and like it becomes personified in somebody in this show. And so there's like hundreds of different Jesuses because everyone's belief is in a different, like slightly different characterization of Jesus. Hi, Jadeda. So like you have the Jesus that's like the white Jesus, you have the Jesus that's like the revolutionary, you have like all these different Jesuses walking around Easter's party. And it just made me be like, yep, that is how it is. That is exactly how it is. Can I say hi to Annie Gurr? I can. Hi, Annie Gurr. if that's how I say it. I do love fantasy and magic and divas. That would be awesome to like watch a show together and get the like different perspectives. Graceful Queen, hello. Yeah, what's another good one? Omens. Was it called Good Omens or just Omens? That one was awesome. There was a couple of them that just had like really quick seasons that dealt with like angels and demons and stuff. Happy Palm Sunday. Thank you to you too. Go take your nap. Yes, please go take your nap. Someone did ask about the Little Nas X video. I have to go and I need to go and watch it all the way through and then make a TikTok about it. Because thanks for the roses, Cases. Jadeda, what is your take? I think it is from what the little I've seen, it looks like a really nice satire of what people think gay is. Like they think they're like dancing with the devil and all that kind of stuff. So I really don't have a problem with that. I was saying I also loved Lady Gaga's Judas song and some of those imageries. Blood in the Shoes from Nike. Okay, that has some good imagery. Like all those artists that can do that can like in like 3 seconds, like make a point. Genius. Like they're geniuses. You could just like, oh, what was the other one? Glover. What's his name? Childish Gambino. That song that came out a couple years ago. That was so artful and such a good representation of what was happening in the world. Like those kinds of videos come out and you're like, I get it. Like it's so much more than just the song and the video. You're right. It's probably not actually blood, but that's the point. Is like the blood of Nike. Liked the video, sparked controversy, and the show is a ploy on that. The show? There's a show? I got people texting me. Yeah, Casus needs to go and shoe. Got it. Casus needs to go take a nap. Go take a nap, enjoy it, because it's gonna get dark and naps after dark get real tricky. I've woken up from naps in the dark and been like, what year is it? I just don't know what's going on. Bye. Monica, paint stuff. What are you painting? What kind of stuff are you painting? Cinnamon roll. 55. There's like lots of cinnamon rolls on here, I guess, huh? I should probably pull up that. Is the Little Nas X video on like YouTube or something? What's the song called? Have you seen the shoe and the box? I don't think so, because I don't understand. What's the Little Nas X song called? That's getting... Is it the Call Me By Your Name? That's the first one that comes up. Oh yeah, this is it. Okay, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna pause it right here so I know to watch it afterwards and formulate some kind of thought around it. I'll make a video later. It has Luke 10:18. The box? Oh, on the shoe. On the Nike shoe that he's pouring blood out of? I'm sure there's like other YouTube videos that like talk about all the different Easter eggs and stuff that are in the video. I should probably find one of those. Caitlin Ray of Sunshine. Hello. Caitlin Ray of Sunshine, I'm so glad you found my page too. Look at your picture. You have beautiful red hair. Holy cow, is that natural? Brianna, we're so glad that you're here and trusting us with that information. I know that that's not safe information. Natural red hair. Caitlin Ray is beautiful. I hope you love it. I feel like, so I work with teenagers, and I feel like all the teenagers that have red hair are like in that phase of like, I don't want it anymore. Just like the teenagers with curly hair. They're like, I hate it. I'm like, oh, hold on for another 10 years. It'll be amazing. Okay, I will definitely keep an eye out for the sneakers. Candy for hotties. Thank you. Right? That we are all jealous. I had red hair in my junior and senior, but not permanently. So my high school colors were red and white, and so for marching band, the girls would dye their hair red, and the guys would all bleach their hair for finals, for nationals. So I had like just terribly box dyed red hair for months of my life. Yeah, and it was bad. Like, I don't even think I have pictures of it. It was, yeah, no, I don't think there are any pictures of it. Bloody Emily, thank you so much. A sentence that I never thought I would say, but I am appreciative to have the chance to say it. You're still in hating your curly hair phase? Yes. Although TikTok has helped me with the with the plopping. I saw someone do like this thing in the way that they combed it this like certain way. I'm gonna try that next, and then scrunch it and plop. Went through that phase too. Glad you never dyed it. So there is a youth that graduated last year who was like, the first thing that she wanted to do when she went to college was to dye her hair. She had beautiful red hair, and because her mom never allowed her to. And that was the first thing she was going to do. And I was like, I'm not one that likes to say like, don't do that, because usually that makes them want to do it even more. But I was like, okay, I guess so. I don't think she has, though. I haven't seen her in a while, but. Orange marmalade gel changed my curly hair. Interesting. I'm trying to dye my hair without bleach. Oh, you have dark hair, yeah. The first thing you did was cut your hair. Then you can use less of the product, whatever you're doing. I'm trying to see this Bible verse that you said, Luke 10:18. So this is when the 72 come back and say to Jesus that the demons do submit to your name. And then Jesus says, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. However, do not rejoice that the spirits submit to you, but rejoice that your names are written in heaven. Good passage. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know the context of this Luke 10. It would be interesting to see, because, like, I think this is the only place Jesus talks about, like, a fall of Satan. And I can't remember what the imagery, what that is calling up from the Old Testament, what that's calling up again. Because it's a metaphor, I know that. Nikomas! That is a great name, Nikomas. Hello. Okay, I'm excited to see the video. Do you have an opinion on Christians that use crystals? Some consider it idolatry. And this is a hot topic today. I don't have any problem with Christians that, call themselves like Christian witches, or that are using crystals or other ways of like connecting with nature and with God. Like, I do believe God has endowed creation with different abilities. So it's very possible that different minerals have different effects on us. And we just haven't explored like all of those things. I think there's probably medicines we haven't discovered yet. And that that God made those, and Jesus made those available to people. So I'd see where that could be very possible. It's not something that particularly works or makes sense to me. Maybe if I spent more time with it, it would make sense. But for me, it's not, something that I particularly know anything about. But I have no problem if that's working for other people. Oh no, you're excited for my reaction. What if I hate it? What if I'm like, this is so offensive? I will probably not say that. What is Lil Nas X's, like, is he, did he grow up Christian? What's his background in religion? Is he, let's see if I can make Google give me the answer. Wikipedia know it? Let's see. Early life. Georgia, Atlanta, probably a Christian home would be the... It doesn't really say anything about his... Bethany B. Ryan! Welcome more Bethanies! Jesus Christ is my Savior. And this is the week we get to celebrate that process of how that happened. I'm not seeing any religious background on him. I mean, obviously he knows the symbolism because he puts it throughout that video. I don't know. Not that it makes any difference, but it'd be interesting to see like how heavily connected he is with that imagery. I don't know. Happy Palm Sunday, Scott Murgatry. Happy Palm Sunday. Hosanna. I do feel the love. Thank you so much, Brian, for stopping by. I recently heard a Christian say that it was sad that a pastor's wife was doing yoga. Does that make sense? It does make sense. So yoga is based in other religious practices. I think Hindu is the practice that it originally comes from. So it kind of has been appropriated into this like culture of fitness in our world, and it's lost its spiritual connection. Like, it used to be like a spiritual practice, a way of praying, a way of connecting with God, a way of like opening up chakras and things like that. So it was connected to those kinds of things. And so then it was appropriated into like a secular culture. And so some people will still say that doing yoga is practicing another faith or practicing practices of another faith. So it does make sense that a Christian might not like yoga, but most yoga is so secularized and such that the spirituality has been sucked completely out of it, that I don't think anyone should have any issue with it. Like, it really is just like doing Pilates or cardio. But I can see where they get like weirded out, by that. I also don't think, like, if you are a Christian and you want to do like spiritual yoga, like if that's what is a prayer practice that works for you, like I don't have a problem with that. The problem would be the appropriation of like making it Christian. Maybe it'd be better to do like to take yoga from an actual spiritual practitioner who's from that faith tradition. Yeah, yoga can be a touchy subject. Brian, I wish I could have been your pastor growing up now, but I'm so glad you're here now. You know, sometimes the timing just is different. Scott, I'm so glad to hear that. Congratulations. Keep up the awesome work. Is there a spectrum of progressive Christianity? Yeah, absolutely. Where do I think I'm on it? It's I'm probably like middle progressive Christian. Like there are definitely some things that people even in the progressive Christian world would say like I'm wrong on. But there are also like people much farther to my left that I'm like, I don't know where you got that from. Or like, why do you need to push that button? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't know. I'm a moderate progressive Christian. I don't know. That label feels cumbersome. I don't see anything wrong with practicing things from other religions. Yeah, as long as you're respecting that that's from that religion and you're practicing, like yoga, for instance, is something that has gone so far off the rails that it's hard to trace back. But like things like seders, don't do seders unless you are invited to a Jewish household for a seder. RUMCC, I don't know what that means, so I'm going to say no. If that's a denomination, then no, I'm Presbyterian PCUSA. Brianna, hello! Is there a meaning to the collar? So the regular, like, white clerical collar is just to signify clergy within the Christian church. There's a couple different styles. This is a tab collar. And then this I got in the mail from a progressive Christian friend. And it just shows that I'm an affirming pastor and that I don't believe homosexuality is a sin. So it just kind of says that without me having to say it over and over again. You've been kicked out of 2 churches? Ugh. That's no good. Your girlfriend and you want to go, but you're scared. Well, if it's not a safe place, as much as you might want to be there, you know, I can't advise you to go to some place that isn't going to wrap you in love. My bio has some links to places that will accept you. Headphone Matthew on TikTok does a youth group every Sunday online. Sometime online. With all LGBTQ kids. So that would be a great place for you to check out maybe. Can I name some of the things I don't agree with? So there's been like a big debate online with Reverend Brandon, who I love. He was talking about something that Jesus said and saying that it was a racist slur, that Jesus said that Jesus was racist. I don't agree with that. There are some progressive Christians who, and I don't know if the progressive Christians, there are some Christians on the left that argue about the divinity of Jesus. Was Jesus divine when he was born? Did he become divine when he was baptized? Did he become divine on the cross? Did he become divine when he was resurrected? Like, when did Jesus become God is debated. And I tend to be more traditional in like Jesus was incarnate and from birth was God. So that's a more orthodox belief that I hold. But I don't believe in a virgin birth. So there's that's the fun debate and the dance that I get to do with all of my colleagues of like, you know, I hold this, I don't hold that. You know, this miracle I think probably happened, this one probably not. It's all over the board, and we have great discussions because of it, and we learn so much from each other because of the different things that we struggle with. Reverend Brandon is wonderful, and he's one that loves to press the buttons, so I will let him press the buttons and lean on the boundaries, and I will be happy to watch him and cheer him on in all of that. Rose, I can pray for you. Hopefully you feel them coming for you. We'll be praying and holding you in prayer for whatever's going on. I came across your For You page. Yay! And immediately got love. Aw, that feels good. Thank you so much. Someone was you were just accepted into the Episcopal Seminary for your MDiv. Yay! Work. I am going to follow you, and I get to watch your journey because I love those journeys. Today is your last day for the protest. Remind me, why is that a good thing? Did the protest work? Did the thing did it move forward? Or, I remember you talking about that. I can't remember why it was coming to an end though. Family problems. Yeah, we'll be holding you in prayer for that. Family problems are so hard. There's so much love, and that means that there's so much grief when that starts to get eroded. Hello from the UK. Hello from the USA. Denominations that are more accepting. Episcopal Church is doing pretty good. United Church of Christ is doing pretty good. PCUSA Presbyterians are working hard to make sure that, like, if you see PCUSA, it means that. There are still some churches that are holding out. So you do still have to check, like, websites and the designations that they do. But, I think in all denominations, there are different levels of people actually doing the work. So they might say they're open and affirming, but they don't necessarily have, like, somebody who's an ordained minister who's gay, or they might not have people on their boards who are LGBTQ. So even though they say they are, it really can depend on who's in charge and who's in the pews on how well that gets enacted into their daily life. I look like Rosie O'Donnell. Also, no, I've gotten Kelly Clarkson once. And then that Vicar of Dibley that's on BBC or whatever. I get that a lot. Someone said, who's the guy from Modern Family? Cam. Someone said I look like Cam from Modern Family. I was like, I think you're just naming people who are fat. That's not the same thing. My dad still doesn't accept that I'm lesbian, and it hurts my heart. Oh, yes. That grief. Oh. Hello, Mrs. Oh, Mrs. and Mr. Bicknell. Hello, welcome. SXY will be praying for your health. Absolutely. Oh, you know what? My church is doing a 24-hour prayer vigil this week. I will put these on our prayer vigil document. Hold on, let me pull that up. So we need prayers for family, family issues, it's for health. Let's see, anything else? Any other prayers I can put on here? Chris UBM, hello. If you have a question for me, the best place to put it is in the question box that's somewhere down here. Then it won't get lost in all of the comments that people are making. Oh my gosh, you're going to a Quaker meeting? It's going to be amazing. My favorite wedding I ever went to was a Quaker wedding, and it was the most beautiful ceremony. They have such a good structure. Prayers, yes, prayers for lungs in bad condition. Did you get your vaccine? Because that is scary for that time. Husband's disability. Disability to be approved. Yes, that will be on our prayer list. Do I like cheesecake? I do now. I hated it as a kid, but I went to the Cheesecake Factory with my friends in college and tried it, and I was like, what was I thinking as a child? Yes, I do love cheesecake. Yes, I will add prayers for journey to find a church. Absolutely. You haven't gotten your vaccine yet. Oh, well, we'll be praying for vaccines to be more available. Scary life changes. These are good ones. Good noticings in your life of what we can pray for. That's awesome. Joey Rainbows, absolutely. All the love in the world for you. Mom of a bisexual daughter. Hello. Awesome. Parking lot palm procession. COVID creative. Yeah. That's awesome. I do accept trans. I think that's what you meant to say instead of expect trans. I think you meant accept trans. And I do accept trans people. They are divine and they are bearers of God's image, and they help us understand and meet God in awesome ways. There's something about PCUSA. Is it wrong that my whole family is PCUSA? I'm feeling God put it on my heart to find my own faith. Absolutely. I think that is well within the bounds of what Presbyterians love, that you can find your own faith and wherever that is leading you. And hopefully they will give you the space to find that. Find a spiritual leader in other faiths that you can follow. Like, don't let it go. Sometimes when you wander off from the path that's already been made for you by your family, you can just get lost and it can fall off your plate. Don't let it go. Hold on and find something new. Don't just let it go, because it's hard. It's hard sometimes. And then in the Netherlands, it's hopeless here. There are like fights on which country gets vaccines first. Oh, we will be praying for those vaccines then. Thank you for the prayers. I'm doing well, and I'll take your prayers, especially in 2 weeks. I'm going up to discern, make some choices on digital ministry, on what that means for my church and for me. So keep me in your prayers as I make those choices. Yes, struggling with faith and deconstruction. It stinks people are mean about LGBTQ. I need that tattooed across my arm. It stinks that people are mean about LGBTQ. That is the phrase of the century. Stop being mean. Absolutely, you can get angry with God. God invented anger. God can handle your anger. God is big enough to listen to your anger. And I would guess that God is also angry that you're on that path, because I wouldn't say that God put you on whatever path you're on. God doesn't like force us onto paths, or that whole like God has a plan for me. God has options for you. And those options can get messed up because people are crappy, people are mean. The world is broken. We make choices based on things that are not necessarily connected with God and our faith. So there's lots of things that can get us onto a wrong path. And I don't think God wants to force us in one way or the other, but God is always there on the path with us and walking with us. So if you want to be mad at God for, put some blame onto God, God can take it. But know that God is also there as your help as well. I don't go to church anymore, but if I were a pastor, I'd go every day, even after school. Well, we only do church on Sunday. Thanks, Scott, for the blessing. We can pray for your daughter. Hold on, let me grab it so that I can write it down and just updated. Yes, for daughters getting bullied at school. That is on our prayer list. So we have a 24-hour prayer vigil that'll happen this week. So people will be praying these things for 24 hours straight. Protests are still happening, but they're extra cruel. It's not safe anymore. Oh, that is really unfortunate that is what is ending your fight. Nothing will end your fight. But yeah, find a different tactic if it's not safe, unfortunately. So my phone is about to die. I will stay on as long as my phone stays alive. But if I disappear, here's me saying goodbye. My phone's about to die. Is it wrong that my whole... Oh, I already did that one. It's not wrong that your whole family is PCUSA. Okay, I feel like I'm missing prayers here, and I don't want to miss them. Easter services are next Sunday. 7 a.m. is in the parking lot if you're in the area. And then 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time live stream on our YouTube channel. You can find that in my link in my bio. Can anxiety go away with prayer? Sometimes, but if it's like more serious anxiety, like consistent and persistent anxiety, prayer's not going to cut it. You're gonna have to tap in to some other resources that God has made available, therapists and medicine and other things that God endorses and inspires to help us with those problems as well. Sometimes the answer to our prayer to take away the anxiety is the medicine and the therapists and the coping mechanisms and those kinds of things. I don't get any hate in person. It's just on TikTok. Scott, sometimes believing your prayers are going to come true is not, because sometimes God's asking us to tell us more or asking us to take action. And, prayers aren't a magical spell that just make things happen. So sometimes that idea is not exactly helpful for people. Do I do prayers for people? Also, is my PFP okay? I don't know. It looks a little bit scary, but I don't know what that is a profile picture of. I do pray for lots of people. What do you do within the family which you were dead? Are you talking about a family that has rejected you? I don't understand that. Ask that one again. I'm not quite following it. Advice for dealing with toxic Christian family. There's a couple ways you can go with that. You can set up boundaries and say, if they're not going to meet me where I am, then they don't get to know me on that level. And set up boundaries and say, that's just not something I'm willing to engage if you're not going to have a good discourse with me. If they feel like they're on the fence, they want to know more, but they're not able to find the resources, you can provide them with books and resources. And hopefully they might understand that. That would be my thoughts on that. I don't think we have to believe what we're praying for. I don't think our prayers, let's see, how do I want to word this? I don't think our work is in our belief. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right way to phrase it either. I don't think if we didn't believe, like, so here's the problem. When you say that, when you say you have to believe, and I'm praying for my dad to get better and healthier, and then he dies, then Christians start saying things like, you didn't believe enough. You didn't believe what you were praying for. Then my dad's death becomes my fault because my prayer, I didn't believe hard enough. That is dangerous and toxic theology. So that's why I don't like to say, like, you have to believe what you're praying for, because it very quickly turns into, it's my fault that something didn't happen because I didn't believe enough. And that's not how that works. What do you do if your family doesn't want you because of those things? You grieve. The product of love lost is grief. So you'll have to grieve that those relationships are not there in the way that they were before. If you are younger, you need to start looking out for number one, finding a job, finding a safe place to be, maybe keeping your head down until you can find that safe place, that safe refuge to go to, rallying your allies and saying, I'm going to need help because I'm no longer safe with my family. If you're an adult, you start making those boundaries. I'll see you on, 4th of July and Memorial Day when these issues don't come up. I don't come to religious holidays because then you always bring up my sexuality. You start making boundaries around those relationships because they've made a boundary around you. If they don't accept you for who you are because of some belief that they have, they're starting to set up boundaries. And that's a signal that you'll need to set up some boundaries too. It doesn't feel loving, but it really is the most loving thing you can do to let them know what you're willing to engage with and how the relationship should go, and what you're comfortable with. And it's a show of love to yourself that you have set up boundaries to protect yourself. Sophia Laura, hello. So I'm probably missing tons of prayers that you're putting into these chats as I'm answering questions. But know that I will look back in my into this. I'll watch the video again and find out all of your prayer requests, and I'll write them down and put them onto our list. God does love you exactly with your sexuality and your gender identity and all of those fun things that God gave you. I'm so glad that you're learning that. I think I'm bisexual, but I know a family who are Christian, or maybe you're from a family who is Christian, and you're scared of their reaction. That's a reasonable thing to think. I think that's the fear, especially when Christians use their faith to oppress LGBTQ people. My advice would be to find your allies, the people who are going to love you, find them. Ava Kearney, hello. I did have a great Palm Sunday. To find your allies, they might know some ways to talk to some of the people who are on the fence to win them over to your side. And once you have your support group, that will feel less of a chore because you will have your chosen family and the family that is going to support you around you. Sonia, yes, I will pray for your husband. Is Quakerism a good option? I love Quakerism. So Quakerism is very much self-led. It's very about like your personal relationship. and commitment to the community. So it's very community based. So there are some more expectations about like showing up to things and being there for each other. But it's a beautiful faith. I think they have some really great redeeming qualities. I'm not sure where they sit on like LGBTQ issues and those kinds of things. So I don't know how to comment on those things. Everyone you knew was praying for your mom, but you still lost her, trying to remember that God had plans for her. Yeah, and all that love. Like, I hope that you have times when you can reflect with people. All the love that she gave you, all the memories that you have, all the stories. I hope you're getting time to smile as well as cry, because grief is the product of a love lost. That's what happens. That's whenever we love something, we always risk grieving later. There's a lot of people asking about this Little Nas X video. I have not watched it all the way through. That's what I'm going to do when my phone dies and I get off of this. I'm going to go watch that, and I'll make a video about it. I believe the Bible is a product of people about their experiences with God, and it has been guided and informed by the Spirit through its production and translation, but it is heavily a human product. Mother and partner supporting you, but acquaintances are against LGBTQ. I'm so glad that you have those support people, though. Those will be the ones to lean on. Those are the ones that matter. Those are the people that matter. Sean Michael, hello. Happy Palm Sunday. My phone's about to die, so when that happens, I have to pop off. That's got another insinuation. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to not be on TikTok anymore. Oh, the fight over an assisted living is like is really tumultuous. Know that you're not the only siblings who have gone through this fight. Sometimes it's between siblings that have different ideas. Sometimes it's the parents that have different ideas. I don't know if that's any consolation to know that you're not the only ones. Maybe some places at the assisted living or some chaplains there might have some advice for you guys. It is so hard. Yeah, I will be praying for you as you make those decisions. That is a tough one. The denomination I'm from is Presbyterian, PCUSA, in the Christian faith. Thank you. I love it too. I also have found that when I'm live with this, it like cuts out a lot of the questions, the reoccurring questions. It's like, I don't have to answer those over and over again. Many churches are money driven. It's a very big fear that churches have, especially when you get out of like the structures when they become more congregational based and they don't have like the higher churches, governments passing money down to them. It can get really distracting for pastors to really only be focusing on the health and survivability of the church. It's a very huge temptation. Palm Sunday, good question. Palm Sunday is the beginning of our Holy Week up to Easter. So Palm Sunday is when we celebrate Jesus coming into Jerusalem for his Passover meal with his disciples. He goes into the town and people wave palms and welcome them in. So that's what Palm Sunday is. I'm not Catholic. I am Presbyterian. Is it bad to get bored of church and get tired of it? No. I actually, there's this one window where I sit in church and there's this stained glass window that has a guy, and I think it's an angel, it's Isaac with a stick in his hand, and he's about to he's winding up to kill, no, No, it is an angel. I'm trying to figure out the scene. Anyway, there's a person like this with a stick in his hand. Then there's a person like blocking it. And then there's a person on the ground with their eyes. And when I get bored on Sundays, I imagine stories about the stained glass that are not actually the stories. And so the story I have for that one is that that person with the stick has a golf club and they plucked out someone's eyeball to shoot the golf ball. And this person is like, why would you do that? So it's not bad to get bored in church and get tired of it. Some places some weeks just don't hold your attention. Some pastors just don't hold attention very well. They're great, maybe one-on-one persons, but not great sermonizers, preachers. So yeah, don't feel any shame if you're feeling bored. It might be a sign that you need to find another church, though. Finding a church that's LGBTQ friendly there's a couple search engines in my bio. Churchclarity.com, gaychurch.com, org, something like that. Or More Light Presbyterians are three sites that I go to when I'm looking for churches for people who are moving around to see. And they'll all say like, you know, yes, they're affirming, no, they're not. And they'll kind of give you a list of what churches are in your area. So go and check out those links in my bio. I do believe that Jesus died for all sins. My church is in Michigan. Hello, who is this hello from? From Dodie Martinez. Hello. Okay, so while I was answering those questions that were in the like question box, there might have been some questions that flew by that I missed. So you can either ask again or put it in the question box and then I'll see them. Hello, aloha from Hawaii. Oh, I bet it's beautiful there. I'll think about Hawaii while it's really gray and rainy here. Blessed Sunday to you too. Happy Palm Sunday, Hosanna. Clawson, Michigan. You're in Phoenix now? Oh, Phoenix. That'd be a good place. Clawson. Yeah, I might move there in a little bit. Another Phoenix person. Skylar Lamb, hello. Another from the UK. Hi. There's more than one theory on atonement. There are probably hundreds of theories of atonement, really. I think for every person that's really thought it through, there's a different theory of atonement. Yeah, I think Good Shepherd, what's the last three letters? There's a TikTok, the first of it is Good Shepherd. She did a great representation of atonement, and it's really funny, and she used peeps. It was awesome. I'm a Christian. Is it appropriate for a pastor to out someone? No, just like it's not appropriate for anyone to out someone. Netherlands. I didn't know you were from the Netherlands. My family is originally from the Netherlands. What are my live TikToks about? Well, mostly people ask me questions and I give them my opinion on them. And my phone's about to die, so when I do, I'm sorry about that. Have I ever struggled with losing my faith? I would say seminary was that time for me. Seminary for many people who are becoming pastors is a time when you like really examine your faith, and just like, you know, if you've ever like written a word like the over and over and over and over again and it like loses its meaning, you're like, is this even how you spell the word the? Is this even what is the point of this word? When you're examining faith and theology and the Bible and all those things every single day at depths beyond depths, you start to go like, what even is this? So I would say the biggest struggle for me was in seminary, when I was actually examining faith so much. I will do a video about the Little Nas video. I have seen little bits of it. I don't know all of it, but so far I think it's a pretty great satire of the experience of LGBTQ people in our country. I do believe that the Bible is the living word of God. And God lives in each one of us. And that word is lived and interpreted and understood through us. So the Bible on its own is not living. It has to be in us as well. Lord Pan of Croissants. Amazing name. I don't attend church. Yeah. There are churches out there who will not make you feel that way. And there are links in my bio to find them. Jesus was the human form of God. That is a good way of looking at it, yes. Is God a man? God was a man in Jesus, but now God is God, the Godhead, is genderless. Spirit is actually a female word in Scripture. Kenya, what are you doing? Stop. Stop it. Go away. So God really doesn't have a gender. God in like God's form doesn't have a gender unless we're talking about Jesus when Jesus was here. Rejected from religious school because you're trans. Well, they're missing out because you would have shaken things up and made them really experience and meet God in a whole nother way. So it's their loss. Palm Sunday. I hope you have a great Holy Week too. I love the Ariana Grande song God is a Woman until the only reason that is expressed that way is because of her sexuality. I feel like it's way too sexualized. Like women can represent God apart from their sexuality and can help you understand God apart from their sexuality, if that makes any sense. It's a pretty sexualized song. But like the phrase God is a woman, I think had a lot of potential as a song. Why did Jesus die on the cross? To save the world from sin. So I'm getting lots of comments. If you're asking questions in the comment section, they're flying by and I'm not seeing them. You got to put them in the little question box that's down here. Found out my pastor isn't gay affirming, but I don't want to leave the church. Any advice? So if you are feeling called to stay in the church, if you feel like you have the strength to manage, the vitriol that might come from that, find people who are allies and find ways to help educate. Lead some Bible studies about it. Bring people into sharing your story and sharing other people's stories. The church is, in many cases, is not the pastor, it's the people. And so if the people start feeling one way and feeling called in one direction, then the pastor is not, at least in the Presbyterian church, is not the end all be all. Yeah, there are churches where the pastor's word is the final word. But so the question box is somewhere down here. There's like a little box, little like square with a question mark in it. My religion is Christianity. More specifically, Presbyterian PCUSA. Sin is something that unbalances our life, that throws us out of balance, that disconnects us from God, something that is unloving. Sin in the Bible is talked about missing the mark. Like we're shooting an arrow and we need to hit the mark, and missing the mark. The mark is something like loving God and loving others. So when we miss that mark of being truly loving to everyone, we are sinning. Or if we're throwing our life out of balance, where we're neglecting our relationships with God and other people. And unbalancing is also a sin. I want to read the Bible, but it feels weird as a bisexual girl because I learned that it was all wrong. Read a more modern translation like NRSV. The Message still has some issues with translation in it, but NRSV is good. Jewish Annotated is good. Those kinds of things. Find a different translation that might shake it up a little bit and make you hear it in a new way. I mean, we all have to frame God in some way. So God has to like make sense to us. Like if we're like imagining God sitting right next to us, then like we have to, our brains have to come up with some kind of form. And if that has a gender, it's not wrong. But just understand that your image of God is not complete. I am in America. Presbyterian PCUSA have open and affirming churches, and they're called more like Presbyterian churches if they are affirming churches. I do agree with the separation of church and state. I don't know how to answer that one. If you're looking to get back into a religion, my first step would be to take some time to assess what worked for you, what made you feel really connected to God, and figure out what that was, because that will be your lifeline when things get tough. If you feel closest to God when you're reading scripture, you figure that out, know that. If you feel closest to God when you're in community working with people, that is a good thing. So that would be the first step to getting back into a religious, and find a community that you feel connected with. I have not run into the Church of Satan on TikTok. I have in the real world. And I've run into some people from there who are brilliant and lovely people, and some people who use it to manipulate, kind of like the regular church. So I think it has the same issues and the same benefits as just about any other church. You almost got hit by someone for being bi. I would walk away, turn the other cheek, and just say no. And if they actually hit you, call the police. I will be doing a reaction about the Lil Nas X video. I just have to watch it all the way through first. Is it considered a sin to not pray? It's not a sin, but it's a really powerful spiritual practice. I think maybe you're thinking about sitting down and praying and doing this. That works for some people, but it doesn't work for other people. There are other ways to pray. Singing can be prayer, or reading scripture and reflecting on it, stopping and really taking it in. That can be prayerful. Just little moments when you see somebody on the side of the road that has a broken tire, saying up a quick ooh, I hope they're okay. That can be a prayer. So I think we box prayer into prayer is this. And maybe that's where you're feeling a little bit stuck. You don't have to always sit down and pray. For me personally, I am pro-choice because the tactics that I see them using in order to get rid of abortion actually work and have the track record of actually eliminating abortion. Whereas the pro-life agenda, or their way of getting rid of abortions, actually shows to increase dangerous abortions. So my goal is to get rid of abortions, and I think pro-choice, the way that they're doing it, is actually leading in that direction. It's going to take some time, and so I support them and their work because it seems that they're actually getting things done. how to become a Christian. I did a video about this months ago. The only thing you need to become a Christian is to follow and devote your life to the teachings of Jesus. Christians, to be a Christian is to have a relationship with God through the life and teachings of Jesus. So there isn't like a special prayer. There isn't like, you don't have to be baptized. It's a beautiful moment, and I highly recommend everyone get baptized. But those things are not necessary in order to be a Christian. To be a Christian, what you need to do is be committed to the values and the values that Jesus' life showed. Favorite thing about being a pastor is being the connecting device between people who have needs and people who have extra resources, and being able to say, like, there is somebody in need, and this person show up and say, like, hey, I can help them out. I love being the conduit for those moments to happen. That's my favorite part. I've been ordained for 3 years, two and a lot of months, almost 3 years. And Sarah, goodbye. I'm sorry I didn't see all of your things where we have lots of good conversation going on. I've been in ministry, like being paid, but not ordained, for about 10 years. Is there a large community of left Christians? Yes, there is. Go to the progressive clergy or progressive Christian hashtag on here. There are tons of us. And I didn't realize how many conservatives were until I came on TikTok. I had like completely forgotten that world existed until I was here, because I had just created this beautiful little bubble of progressive Christians around me. So it is possible to live a life that is almost completely cut off from that kind of theology, because I was living it for a couple of years until TikTok had to shock me back into reality. So what to do about coming out to family that's homophobic? Keep yourself safe. That's number one. They don't deserve to get to know you unless they're going to keep you safe. So keep yourself safe. Find your allies. Find people that will support you, that you can cry on their shoulders if you need to, and keep yourself safe. Did I say that enough? Keep yourself safe. Miss Harley Quinn, thank you. Actually, we were just talking in youth group today that about Harley Quinn, because it was one of the kids' books or movies that they loved. Okay, I'm trying to find a plug because we have lots of fun people and good conversations going on. Maybe some bad conversations because I'm not monitoring my chats anymore, so hopefully you guys are all behaving. And I wanted to plug my phone in, but I don't have my cord right here. And I want to blame it on my cat, but I can't because I think it was me. Oh no. Oh no. Well, my phone's gonna die at some point, and we're all gonna have to just be okay with that. I found it! It was underneath the panda that I'm making. Poor panda was sitting on my cord the whole time. Mariana, hello. Flamer Gamer, hello. Okay, I'm gonna plug in my phone and then we can keep hanging. Rev Derek Terry, hello. I'm going to make you a moderator because I have no idea what's happening today, but we've got lots of fun friends here. And I don't know what's happening in my chat. So if you see anybody being rude, just go ahead and boot them. Hello, hello. I am not married. I have furry children. I have a fur child and a reptile child. And I would say the children at my church, my youth group are my children. That's good enough for me. I'm more of the aunt type. I'm called to be an aunt. How often do I have people come out to me? Not very often. I mean, and I feel like more often it's like friends just being like, oh, didn't you know that? I'm like, oh, I mean, I didn't ever like hear you say it, but like, yeah, okay. I don't know, maybe a couple a year. Is that unusual? You're an aunt too. Aunt life is the best life. You can say I am a priest, but the words that my denomination uses is pastor or minister. Reverend is my official, like, formal title, but it's the same thing as a priest, just in a different denomination. How does someone find a progressive church? There are links in my bio to at least 2 sites, Church Clarity, Gay Church, and More Light Presbyterians. My denomination is Presbyterian PCUSA. Ooh, difference between Presbyterian and Catholic is a lot. We don't have the same hierarchy. We don't have bishops and a pope and that kind of stuff. It's all kind of church focused, not bigger church. We do have bigger church committees, but we don't believe that the sacrament of communion is transubstantiation, that it actually transforms. We believe it's consubstantiation, that Jesus comes with the substance. That's a pretty big one. We don't have like purgatory. We don't have saints. We don't pray to saints. A lot of different things like that. I am in Michigan. I am a Christian. You need sleep, but I'm so glad that you came on. Go get your sleep. Someone asked a question and they said, does that make sense? And it does not make sense. So sorry. My denomination is Presbyterian PCUSA. You're looking for a denomination to raise your gay daughter in, you've had no luck. Episcopal, Presbyterian PCUSA, United Church of Christ. The Methodist churches are deciding right now, like, which sides they fall on. There are links in my bio to gaychurch.org, Church Clarity, different search engines that you can find a church. Can you be agnostic while being another religion? Yeah, I think so. I think, like, I've heard of people say that they're like Christian agnostics, that they're like, Christianity makes the most sense to them, it works the best for them, but they're not quite sure if there's anything out there. I'm ordained through another church, but missing the mark on some things. What marks are you missing? UMC now, and yeah, lots of ugly stuff coming for the UMC right now. Hopefully that dust settles pretty quickly. When the Presbyterians did that and we broke off, the dust settled pretty quickly. I mean, there's still some like construction work going on, but it did settle pretty quickly. I have no idea why God made it so that 2 men can't procreate. That I don't know. So that the population doesn't get too overwhelmed, maybe. I'm from Michigan. I do think atheists are going to heaven. Do you think all religions should accept everyone? At least not harm anyone. Michigan? Are you also from Michigan? Is Universal Life Church a real church? There's definitely, like, they do include, like, it depends on your definition of church. As a house of worship, are they an official house of worship, a faith? Yeah, absolutely. Are they Christian? Vaguely. There are definitely people who use Christ as their pathfinder. Grand Haven! Awesome! Thoughts on the Catholic Church? That they have a lot of baggage to unpack. And varying degrees of actually doing that work. I don't know this. Are there any? I don't know. Something about Moses was in the chat, but I don't understand what that one. No worries, Reverend Derek. Good to see ya. Have a good evening. Happy Palm Sunday. You're in love with my hair. Thank you. I came to the bottom of my oil bottle last night and put way too much oil in my hair, so I woke up and had to then immediately put dry shampoo in my hair, which felt like a betrayal of actually washing my hair, to then the next morning just put dry shampoo back in my hair. But it turned out okay. Orlando, Florida. Oh, I bet it's nice there. Why do atheists go to heaven? Because Jesus made the way. Oh, LGBTQ churches in Moses Lake. I don't know. I'd have to go on, let's see, gaychurch.org. Moses Lake. What state is Moses Lake in? Thoughts on pagan Christians? I think it's just another way of practicing their faith. It is okay to believe in God and not go to church. Church is just one way of practicing. Church is like it makes sure that you're maintaining all of those things, like you're, having a regular confession, that you're worshiping, that you're not just, doing one thing and making a rut for yourself, that you're keeping your spirituality kind of open and diverse. But if you want to practice outside of a church, your faith, totally okay. Do you have to spread Christianity to go to heaven? I'm assuming you meant, do you have to be a Christian or believe in Christianity to go to heaven? I believe that when Jesus was on the cross, Jesus made the way open and clear for everyone to get into heaven, that God was done trying to sort things out, that God loved everyone so much that was no longer the structure that God wanted to operate under. And so Jesus paved the way, and that cross is strong enough and big enough, and I cannot be one to limit the power of the cross. And so I believe that power is strong enough to welcome everyone into heaven. Do you need to force others to become a Christian? No. And please don't. That's the work of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the one that brings people. We can plant seeds. I know, some youth leaders say that, you need to do this work. No. If we were responsible for that work, we wouldn't need the Holy Spirit. Our job is to show how life-changing this gospel can be. That this makes a difference, that living a life with Christ makes a difference. And that alone should bring people. We shouldn't have to say or do anything else. Let's see. Moses Lake. There's a Moses Lake in West Virginia. Let's see. What is this one? First Presbyterian Church in Quincy, West Virginia. I can't tell what kind of Presbyterian it is. Oh, it's PCUSA. It might be. Moses Lake might have. Go into Quincy. Quincy First Presbyterian Church. I definitely know that there's some deserts of progressive Christianity. I've been a pastor for almost 3 years. Do you have to believe the entire Bible? I'll reframe it a little bit. Do you have to take the whole Bible literally? No. Can you question things in the Bible? Yes. Can you have doubts about things that are in the Bible? Yes. Can you disagree with things in the Bible? Yes. Hopefully that makes sense. Do I believe in the Bible? Yes, I do. I believe it points us to the greater truths of God. I'm gay. I feel gay. I'm gay and feel unwanted by God. Any tips? Oh, love yourself. You have God's image in you, and God loves you. God created you this way, and your love is a gift. And lean into that love. And the more that you accept that love, I hope that you feel more that God is absolutely there in the love that you express as well in the world. I think there are parts of the Bible that should be taken literally. I think there are many parts that should not. And I think a literal understanding of the Bible is a shallow understanding of the Bible, because all you're letting the Bible tell you is what the words are that are on the page. There's so much more about the people, about the writers, about things that happen in and around those events that we can learn from other historical books that add deeper meaning and understanding. And so a contextual reading of the Bible is a much more serious way to read the Bible. Buzzkill, love you too. This has been fun. I think this is the most people I've ever had on a live. So thanks for hanging in there with me, and whatever nonsense is happening in the chat, hopefully no one's being too mean. And yeah, I'll probably go back to my videos and have lots of mean chats, because there's been a couple people in here that I don't think agreed with me, which is fine. I did hear the theory about Jesus being trans. So I believe the theory is that Mary is a woman, so she can only give XX chromosomes. And so for Jesus to be a male, he would have had to be a transgender male. But that's assuming that God can't manipulate chromosomes, which God created. So, sure, maybe. I don't think it makes a big difference. I mean, it makes a big difference to certain people if Jesus was trans. I feel like if that was true, someone would have mentioned Jesus as a eunuch at some point. Someone would have made that jeer or yelled that at him, or done something of that kind if that was true. But, those theories are kind of fun to what would that change about his ministry? Does that change anything? No, he still did amazing things and was an amazing person, whether, he was cis or trans. How do you become a pastor? Well, first of all, God calls you. And that calling is sometimes a nagging, I'm supposed to be doing something. Sometimes it's a slow transition from one thing to another. You go to seminary, which is a master's program, so you have to have an undergrad in anything else really. Go and get your master's in divinity, which is a 4-year program. You take years of Hebrew and Greek. Then in the Presbyterian Church, you have to pass 5 nationalized standardized testings. Hey, Jordan Phoenix, I just made you a moderator so you can help out with anybody who's being weird. You can mute them, or you can just kick them out if you want. I trust you, Jordan. Then I had to pass 5 nationally standardized tests. Then I had to go before 3 different bodies of my church to be examined. And then I had to get an official call from a church to become a pastor. So it's a bit of a process. If I had known what the process was, I probably wouldn't have started it. I think Jewish people are amazing. Is there another way to think? I think witches are amazing. Is that good? I'm bisexual and want to start going to church. Awesome. There are links in my my bio to affirming churches to help you find one that will be excited to see you. Will put you into leadership. When you go into an affirming church, they're going to ask you to lead. They're going to ask you to take care of things. They're going to ask you to work, because they don't limit you from anything in the church. They don't make little corners that you can't go into. So find a church that's going to be so excited to have you there. Buzzkill, thank you for the roses. That's so sweet. How do I come out? My dad doesn't support it. Protect yourself. Keep yourself safe. If you are younger than 18, I suggest finding your allies and talking to them and confiding in them until you're able to have your own way of living. You can have a job, you can, rent an apartment on the off chance that something terrible happens and he kicks you out. And definitely make yourself safe and keep yourself safe. There might be little conversations you can have, little things that are happening, in the world, like some big vote, Dad, they just made it illegal to fire someone because they're gay. How do you think about that? And, well, I think it's great because I think those people should be, protected, that all people should be protected. Like, have those little conversations and plant some seeds along the way, to the point where maybe Dad will kind of put 2 and 2 together, and then will be able to ready himself for the response that he wants to give you, which is hopefully, I love you. My church does communion twice a month. Should a sacred gesture be used so much? We do it every week, or we used to before COVID. We were doing communion every single week. I think it can be used as much as possible. I think it can be used to remind us, like when we're in hard times, like let's stop and do communion. As often as you do this, Jesus said. So Jesus expected us to do it often. You're 16, your sibling is bi and uses she, they pronouns. You could live with them. Okay, so have those plans in place. So was Dad's response to the sibling not good? Is that where you're getting that connection and why you think that's going to happen? Ooh, sends you to confession. That's a Catholic church, right? It'd be interesting to see what a priest would do with that. Atheist, agnostic. Atheist, agnostic is kind of, isn't atheist is like, I don't believe in anything, and agnostic is, I'm not sure. Okay, I think Catholic Church, yeah. I know some great Catholic priests who, if you came to a confession with them, they would say, okay, great. Like, that's not a sin. You can absolutely believe something other than that. Like, there are some great progressive Catholic pastors. There's actually an old Catholic, I think it's called, Old Catholic Church, that ordain women, that ordain trans men, that do some great work in that kind of like confessional, great responses to confessionals. My understanding of agnostic is that they're not sure what they believe, or they're not sure if there's a higher power. So they don't really have like a significant faith tradition. I wasn't supposed to hear, but he told my mom he thinks gay marriage is gross and unnatural. Those comments can be the hardest ones. Because then anything that is said to your face is colored by this comment that was made. And I kind of hope that maybe you can find a safe space and a time to ask, like, hey, I overheard you say this. What did you mean by that? And it hurt me. Now, that might not come for another 10, 15 years where you're able to really ask that question. But know that answer has nothing to do with you. It may have sounded like he was saying you are gross and unnatural. That wasn't what he meant, because he doesn't connect that with you. And if you did come out to him, he might start examining some of those ways, because one of the like golden linings of LGBTQ is people are able to love people before they know the truth about them, and it's been able to move the rights forward as people realize, like, oh, I held a really terrible idea, and I didn't realize it was like somebody that I loved that I had that idea about. So hopefully you'll find a time when that can be, but it's not about you. It is absolutely all about him. How did God call me? Well, after college, my plans that I had done, that I had planned on and set everything in course for my life, got ripped out from underneath me, and I ended up back at home and was in a really dark place. And I started teaching theology and the Bible to other people, and in like Bible study classes, and fell in love with it. And God just was like, opened up like the window and was like, fresh air, like this is what you're supposed to be doing. How do I know if God is speaking to me? I think this is different for different people. I mean, I've heard people say that they sometimes hear, Evil Regal, hello. They hear a voice, like a spoken voice, like you're hearing my voice right now. There are some people that say it's just a feeling that they have, that they like just kind of get a sense of peace or love that overcomes them when they're thinking about something that is what God is asking them to do. There are some people, like for me, I've never, like maybe once or twice I've heard a voice and been so sure that it was God. For me, it's more of like, I see the fruits developing. Like when I say I'm going to do this, I can see the fruits developing of joy and peace and self-control and happiness. Like I see those things as I take that path. If I take a path and I don't see those things developing, I go, hold on, maybe that wasn't the right way. And I try another way. So sometimes God speaks to us in some ways that we have to kind of interpret. I do get paid for being a minister. I do not dismiss the Bible. The Bible is the foundation for all of my teachings. I can have kids and be in a relationship. Yeah, it's really only the Catholic Church that does celibacy. Evening, well, morning in the UK. Hello, welcome. Setbacks because I'm a female pastor? No, my tradition has been ordaining women for a long, long time. I mean, the most that you might see it is sometimes churches, if they already have an associate pastor who is a female, they might be like, oh, we want to balance it out. And it's kind of like, well, men have had reign of the church for 2,000 years. Let's let women, like, you can have 2 women pastors. I haven't personally been affected by it. I've seen some other colleagues be affected by it. But it's not as covert as like, we don't believe that women should be pastors. In some ecumenical settings, I've had some like side eyes. But it's not that covert. I mean, it's not that overt, it's covert. There's no reason why he wouldn't be in heaven. Let's see. Do you agree with all of modern translation? I assume you're talking about the Bible. I don't think there is, once we started translating and once we started transcribing, things got lost and confused and messed up. So there are always going to be little mistakes and little issues with our scripture, and that's why we need the Spirit to guide us to the stuff that is still holding true onto truth. Lunch table comic, that's so sweet. Thanks for telling your story. That's a great journey. My neck cuff. I'm going to call it my neck cuff from now on. This is my clerical collar. This is a tab collar. There's a couple other different kinds of collars. Normally it's just this white part, but a friend of mine sent me this little rainbow one, and it just kind of cuts through some of the questions that people usually come in on my lives and ask me. Okay, I was talking and answering some questions, and I think I've come to the bottom of my questions, so if I didn't get to it, go ahead and ask again. Reincarnated as stars, that's a beautiful image. Peterson Toscanos? That name sounds really familiar. Feels like a seminary name. Do all Presbyterian churches accept LGBTQ+? No. There are different kinds of Presbyterians. So there's like Eco-Presbyterians, Cumberland Presbyterians. There are different denominations even within the Presbyterian Church. Presbyterian PCUSA in our Constitution allows for the acceptance of LGBTQ people for their ordination, for their baptisms, for their full inclusion in the church, for marriage. But not all PCUSA churches are actively doing this. There are still some old school pastors that are around that are not doing what the new Constitution is asking them to do. So the best thing to do with a Presbyterian PCUSA church is check if they have a more light Presbyterian designation. If they are more light, they are open and affirming, and they are doing the work of that. My favorite candy? Kit Kats? Kit Kats or Skittles? If I have to sum up Easter in one word, what would it be? Oh, there's so many. Love? Is that super cheesy and predictable answer? Love? Grace? Awesome? Free? Resurrection? Yes. Continued resurrection. Live a life with resurrection in your life where things are changing and improving. I love Halloween. Halloween's great. And connected with church holiday with All Saints Day. All Saints Day is the day after Halloween, and All Saints Day is when we celebrate all of the people who have passed in our lives. And then All Hallows Eve is when we make fun of the devil. When we say like, this is the thing that scares me the most, and it doesn't scare me because I know that I have Jesus, and I know like that's where it comes from, that All Hallows Eve and dressing up and laughing in the face of the devil, like, haha, you don't scare me. So that's, Halloween's great. I fear nothing. I fear no one. What's the deal with eggs on Easter? Well, Easter coincides with spring. Spring is like new life kind of connections and resurrection, new life in Jesus. So there's this connection of like, eggs and bunnies and all this like new things, fertilization of the land, fertilization of animals. That's why those eggs pop in there. It is one of the weirdest, like, I feel like at least Christmas, like, Santa is this, like, guy who knows right from wrong and rewards right from wrong. Like, it feels in line. The Easter Bunny, I don't know. Is doing drag a sin? No. Doing drag is an art form, and it's beautiful. Where does a lesbian go to find a church? There are links in my bio, churchclarity.org, gaychurch.org, morelightpresbyterians.org or com. Those are great search engines to help you find a church. It'll say on there, same-sex marriage, yes, no, unconfirmed, those kinds of things. It says yes, you're good to go. Day before Halloween, birthday. Oh, and a birthday on Halloween. Nice. Has Santa got anything to do with God? So I once had a missionary in Kenya tell me, because someone was angry about Santa, and she goes, honestly, if I had walked into a tribe and they had a story about a omnipotent being that knew about all the good things and all the bad things and said that they were going to reward all the good things and punish all the bad things. But then on Christmas, everyone seems to get a gift and no one gets bad. I would love it because that connection flips real easily into what God knows. God knows the good, God knows the bad. We hear in Scripture that God's going to, hurt and punish the bad and reward the good, but then sends Jesus to give good to everyone. Like that, it just translates really well. So when that missionary said that, I was like, okay, I will stop razzing Santa and accept Santa into my Christian celebrations. Not Anglican, Presbyterian. My favorite store at the mall, Torrid. Torrid, if you're there, please sponsor me. 50% of what I'm wearing is from your store. Difficulty with organized religion. Don't know where to start. Where do you feel the most energy in life? What is bringing you joy? What is bringing you love? What is bringing you peace? What is bringing you self-control? Those are the fruits of the Spirit. Those are the fruits that God puts into our world, whatever you want to call God. Those things are where you're going to connect. So if you're feeling the most joy while you're riding your bike, ride your bike, connect with God, and you do not have to have an organized religion to have a relationship with God. Those bike rides, there's something in that is making you feel connected to something higher and better and bigger than you. So look for those fruits of the Spirit. Where do you feel those spiritual fruits popping up in your life? His name was originally St. Nicholas. Pagans can go to heaven. Children be forced into Christianity. I think it's okay for families to say these are the values that I want to raise you with. There comes a point, though, when you have to let your kids start developing their own autonomy. And that age is about 12, 13. And mature kids might start younger, start asking questions. You have to be okay that they might take another path. And Christians that after that age of development start saying, like, stop asking questions, then it starts becoming manipulation, using religion to manipulate. Biblical discernment. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Biblical discernment is a process of, thank you for the flowers. Biblical discernment is a process of, like, there's making choices where you, like, weigh both options and you're like, okay, which one feels better? Discernment is really understanding, like, what are my values? What benefits will I be able to give to the world and receive from the world if I make these choices? It's a longer process than just, do I do this or do I do that? It's a full process of, what are my values? What is God leading me towards? What kind of things are made possible if I take this route or that route? There's a lot of different processes of discernment that you can do. We see it happening. Jesus goes out into the wilderness right after he's baptized. That is a season of discernment for Jesus. Jesus is deciding, what are my values? What am I going to teach? And so Jesus is in a season of discernment there. We have gone live during services on TikTok. The biggest problem is it's not very engaging because I would be like this small in the background. So we haven't gone live. Some other pastors on here do like more intimate services, like one-on-one here. Next 2 weeks from now, I'm going to be doing a season of discernment to trying to find what I want to do with TikTok and if I want to start doing those services. I can't sing. So TikTok is actually starting, like, they're opening a feature where I can bring someone else onto my live with me. And if that happens, I might do some services, because then I could have some people who are musicians join us, and then it would feel more like a worship service. So possibly in the future I would do something like that. The problem with Timothy is that Timothy is talking about a very specific woman, very specific roles in the church, and a very specific problem. Essentially, what Timothy is talking about is Karens in the church. Women who are using power against other people to keep themselves in power, and to not listen to the people. And so that is what Timothy is talking about, a very specific situation where a woman or a small group of women are creating problems because they're not engaging and not creating community. So apart from that, it's not talking about just women in general. Nikki Stapleton, thank you. That's so nice of you to say. I got on thinking I was just going to like, you know, pop on for a second, but this has been great having you all here and hanging out. Apparently Sunday after youth group is the time to hang out with you. Maybe I'll just pick this as my time to be live and make it part of my... Sometimes I just get so tired on Sundays though. Has there ever been anything negative where I work? Yes, I work for a church. It's just like any workplace. Like, you know, there are, you know, coworker confusions and things that mess us up that we have to communicate through. You know, there have been people in the church who have tried to cause ruckuses and stir things up. You know, there's been moments when our church has been struggling, that things have happened. Like, yeah, it's just like any other workplace and any other church. Medium adventures. What is your brain? This is, can I smell God's farts? Or can God smell our farts when you pray? I don't know. I don't know. My church does not have nuns. Our church does not have the orders of nuns or monks. Episcopals still have nuns and monks. Maybe. I know there's Episcopal nuns. I don't know if I've ever met an Episcopal monk. But the nuns can become pastors. So that is also a thing. Yeah, we don't have those orders in our denomination. Tinker, there are a couple search engines in my bio that there might be a church like mine near yours. You never know near you. A church like mine near you. But if you don't, here it is. We're here. I'm Presbyterian, PC USA, Presbyterian. My church is called First Presbyterian Church. So original. We also call ourselves Everybody's Church. That's kind of our tagline. There's a link in my bio to my church. The only schools in your town are Catholic or Protestant. Wow. Churches in Michigan and Metro Detroit, just outside of Detroit. Southeast Kentucky, yeah, that's probably a theological desert out there a little bit. Which is why I'm doing this discernment about online digital ministry, because I've met so many of you who are in these kind of like conservative Christian worlds that you don't have any options. Trying to figure out how to create something for you so that that if you want to engage in faith, that there is an option out there for you. If we tell God a joke, will God laugh? I think so. My church is Presbyterian, yes. I think God's got a great sense of humor. Anything in the UK like our church? I would say so, yeah. You know, I don't know where the Anglicans sit on all the LGBTQ stuff. But you've got Episcopal churches. You've probably got Presbyterian churches too. Miss Kay, hello, welcome. Good to see you. Republic of Ireland, very Catholic. North is very Protestant, yes. What is Presbyterian? Presbyterian is a denomination within the Christian tradition. Like there's Catholic, there's Episcopal, there's Methodist, there's Lutheran, there's... Does my church believe in Adam and Eve? So saying like, what is are there people in the pews that believe there was actually a person named Adam and Eve? Probably yes. Are there people in the pews that believe that's completely a metaphor? Yes. So our church as a whole doesn't hold just one belief on something. The only thing that I could say we probably do have that we all hold the same belief is Jesus is our savior. Like that's the only thing that we probably absolutely agree on. Everything else, it's a spectrum. Do I have to listen to only Christian music? God, I hope not. Christian music some of it's pretty bad. No, you do not have to listen to only Christian music. Is there a Presbyterian church in the Philippines? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that the Church Clarity and those things go out that way, but I know that the PCUSA Church has missionaries in the Philippines. So wherever they're going to church, I would assume is a good place to be. You can come to my church. We live stream online. Erica 40, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I've come out to my youth group. Time to do it again with a new label. That often happens. And hopefully they're there with you on that journey and celebrate every single time you learn something new about yourself. Deets for the live stream. So in my bio, there is a link to my church. On the front page, there is a little box that says worship, and that will take you to our YouTube channel. The direct link to the YouTube channel is we are Everybody's Church 1 on YouTube. So that is our YouTube channel, and we're live at 10 a.m. on Sundays, Eastern Standard Time. Hey, look, Life According to Faith found a Presbyterian church in the Philippines. That's awesome. Great community. Guys all pitching in. That's awesome. You always sleep in on Sundays, so you miss the live stream. Totally okay. We post it later in the day. You could go back and watch last week's. I preached today. Last week's I said the prayer and I cried because I couldn't get through it. Lots of good moments. South Carolina, hello. My parents are in North Carolina. All Christian churches do communion. All Christian churches will do communions. Are communions and confirmations only part of Catholicism? So the connection between communion and confirmation is like Catholic and like some other, like maybe like Missouri Synod Lutheran. Like when you get confirmed, you also get your first communion. In my church, you can get communion as soon as your parents believe that you're ready, that you are capable of understanding what that meal is. So some do it, mostly third grade is when they start doing it. We have a class around that time that the kids can learn. And then confirmation happens freshman year of high school in my church. So those are separated in my church. I want to be a Christian, but I feel like it's too much. What? It's too much. It's too much work. It is a lot of work. I've had a couple students go through confirmation and decide that they don't want to join the church because they understand that it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work because there's a lot of self-examining. There's a lot of, change that you have to do. If you're in the practice of practicing your faith, you're going to get called to volunteer. You're going to get called to lead ministries. It can be a lot of work. Now, hopefully, all of that work is fulfilling and inspiring to you, and it won't feel like work. It'll feel good, and it'll feel affirming. I don't think God is male, female, non-binary, gender. I don't think gender is a thing that registers in the godness of God. And so I think all of us connected, every gender identity connected is God. Yes, Easter Sunday we do celebrate next week. So people keep asking me about this Take Back the Rainbow. Is that people saying like that it needs to be taken away from LGBTQ people? Who lost it? Why does it need to be taken back? My pronouns are she, her. Kenya, you want to say hi to the people? Oh no, she ran away. My church is in Michigan, just outside of Detroit. The more I talk, the more like congested I'm getting. Can you hear it in my voice? I should have grabbed water instead of something carbonated. But I didn't know so many lovely people were going to join me and keep me on all night. This is great. I should probably have looked at my calendar. I hope I don't have anything to do tonight. I don't think I do. There's people trying to like text me and call me. Where are you? I'm on TikTok. I'm having fun with my friends. Oh, here she is. Kenya, say hello to our friends. Hello, she says. Hello, baby. If Kitty no want to be held like baby, why Kitty baby sized? Uh-huh. And then what happened? Oh, okay. She's crazy. Conversion therapy, no. Ugh. I'm so sorry. It's terrible practice. It's another thing that's got to go. I'm a trans man. Does God still love me? Yes. God loves you. God has placed a piece of God's image inside of you, and you have to be who you are so that we can experience God from your perspective as well. You are divine, just like every other person. Yeah, now she's sassily licking herself and being like, now I'm filthy because you touched me. That's my cat's response whenever I pick her up. There's a couple places where conversion therapy is still legal, and it's really disgusting. He made you tell a Catholic nun that you were agnostic, and she was like, okay. Way to go, nun. That is how I hope every nun responds. Our senior pastor is male. Yeah. God does not make mistakes. We are exactly who God wanted us to be. And sometimes we don't get to learn who we are. We don't realize who we are until later in life. And the more we learn about ourselves, the better, and the closer we get to that perfect person that God made us without mistakes. Does growing up in a conservative Christian household count as religious? Does it feel like it counts? Oh, that's really hard when one parent supports and one doesn't. I hope you realize that there are probably some more things in there that are causing tensions than just your identity. Sometimes it can feel like your issue was the thing that caused them to break up, but that's probably just a tiny straw on a big stack of issues. So hopefully you understand that. Jesus died for our sins, so there's this problem. This is like the super simple, quick, there's so much more to it. But my quick answer to that is, there's a problem in the world called sin. And what sin does is it separates us from God. And there were a couple other ways that people tried to reconnect through like sacrifices, and through religious practice, through good works, through keeping the law, that's how they kept. But the break kept happening. Like people kept sinning. It wasn't fixing anything. So it got to a point where God was like, look, there needs to be another way. And so Jesus's death on the cross created a bridge between us and to God, so that sin is no longer the thing that separates us from God. That there is an open path, a ready path always for us to have a relationship with God. That is a real simplified atonement theory. But that's my quick answer. Just another Sarah. I wonder why Catholicism is so important as the way for them. That would be an interesting conversation. It's probably this idea that Catholicism is the only one and true faith. And so they think anything outside of that is outside of God. And I would challenge that thought process, because I don't think that's true. I think God understands that people are diverse. God made us diverse. And so we're going to interact with God in lots of different ways. Spiritual but not religious. That is the fastest growing group in the United States of people who identify as spiritual but not religious. Or like done. Like, I don't want to be religious or anything anymore. So either not having an affiliation or being done with having an affiliation are the fastest growing group in the United States. Because the church hasn't lived up to what it's been teaching people. I'm a Christian. Do you have to attend church to make it to heaven? You do not. That was not part of there's no caveat in order to receive the blessing that the cross gave us. So spiritual is, I would say, like all religious people. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Okay, let me explain it this way. Spiritual is like personal relationship with God or spirit or higher power. Personal practices, it's like me and the higher power. You believe that there is something else out there, that there's another like energy force or something that you can tap into. Religious is when multiple people who have had that kind of experience with God, who are spiritual, come together and they're like, hey, I've had the same kind of experience. Let's create a religion. And when multiple people come together that have the same value system and the same like founding stories and experiences, they form a religion. So a religion is a group of people that start creating like rules and practices and doctrine, or picking like sacred texts. That becomes religion. And then spiritual is like other people. So you can be spiritual and not have religion. You could technically have a religion and not be spiritual. You could just like practice Christianity but not act, or like go to church and be part of a church but not actually put it into practice in your life. That's a little bit more of a catty take on it. You can be spiritual and religious and have both of them, and you can be neither one. You can be atheist. It is not bad being asexual. I have not watched The Vicar of Dibley, but I get asked that a lot. I did keep preaching tonight. Hopefully you didn't feel like you were being preached at. Apparently I had more to say from my sermon this morning, and God asked me to come on TikTok and keep talking. How do I feel about hell? I don't think it's either. It's either not there at all or it's not operational anymore. I am a Christian. Just followed me. I am a Christian. I used to watch Grey's Anatomy. I think I got lost like after that like bombing or whatever they did, and like a bunch of people died. It was weird. I was like, I'm out. My favorite characters are all dead. I'm done. Not sure why your questions are not being submitted. There are a couple words that I have blocked in my privacy settings, so if you're using any of those words, it won't send it to me. More about hell not being operational. So there's a lot of things I could say, but I'm going to preface this by saying there's a great documentary on Amazon Prime. I think it's like a couple bucks to rent it, and even like it's not very expensive to buy it. I buy it and I watch it like probably quarterly. And it's called Hellbound, one word with a question mark at the end. And it's all about what the Bible says about hell, and what Jesus says about hell. Does hell exist? And their overarching thesis is that the Bible actually does not believe in a hell, but it uses the idea of hell because the people of that time thought there was a hell. And so Jesus interacts with this idea of hell, but in a way to hint that it's not real, like it's not actually happening. Or to say, don't worry about hell because I'm going to take care of it in a couple of weeks. Like, don't worry about it. So it's a really great documentary. Engages with scripture really, really well, breaks it down really easily. If you are someone who believes that there is a hell and that's important to what's keeping you on the right path, maybe not a beneficial documentary to watch because it breaks down that idea pretty quickly. You can watch my church sermons live. We go live Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have a YouTube channel, Everybody's Church 1. There's links in my bio to my church website, which has all that stuff. And you can also watch my sermons after the fact. So my sermon from this morning is probably up on YouTube right now. And you can watch it. You'll see it says like sermon and solo with the date. That's the best one to watch because then it's just the sermon and the best solo soloist song from the day, just clipped together real quick. It's like maybe 20-minute video. I'm Presbyterian PCUSA. That's my denomination. Is it okay to be Christian and also have Buddhist views? There are tons of Christians that find a lot of meaning in the practices of Buddhism. So lots of Christian pastors will go on retreats to Buddhist places and learn about meditation and learn about mindfulness in that Buddhist way. So yeah, if those practices are okay. The thing we have to be careful of is appropriating things into our tradition, because Christians have a long tradition of taking other people's holidays and practices and making it our own. But if we can say, like, this is a Buddhist practice that I'm doing to help my Christian identity or my belief in Jesus, then it gets a little bit better. I don't know. You have to probably ask a Buddhist what they feel about Buddhist Christians, but I'm okay with it. You had a lovely coworker who was PCUSA and working on their, taking money out of oil? I don't know. My sermon was this morning, but it's online on YouTube right now. I never heard Black Lives Matter people saying they wanted to tear down statues of Jesus. My views on like Wiccan and witches is that if you're not against me, then you're for me. Angel Nunez, hello. How are you? Oil divestment. Yes, that was a huge issue in the Presbyterian Church. Gosh, was that like 6 years ago that we divested our money from all of the oil stuff? Yeah, oil divestment. It was also divestment from CAT, the building, the big like CAT machinery. The Presbyterian Church took their money out of it because CAT was giving machines to the state of Israel to plow down houses of Palestinians. And so we took all of our money from CAT Industries because we didn't support what they were doing. A lot of LGBT parishioners, it's not the majority of us, but it's also not the majority in our community. But I would say every Sunday we have a normal Sunday before COVID, we had maybe 5 to 10 LGBT parishioners. Yeah, Kat was part of that BDS boycott. Yeah. Oh, I need to go get water. Have I ever had any hate off from other preachers? I mean, on TikTok, have other TikTok pastors duetted me and said some terrible things? Have they sent their parishioners to my accounts to say terrible things? Yeah. But honestly, TikTok is the only place I've really felt a lot of hate. In normal, like, pastor world, we just kind of like roll our eyes and walk away. Like, there's nothing, we realize there's nothing much that we can do about what a pastor is going to say. If they're friends with us, like if I hear one of my friends saying something in their sermons that I'm like, wait, what was that? You know, I'll sit them down and be like, hey girl, what was that you said? Where did you get that from? But if you don't have a good relationship with someone, it's really hard to try and convince them to change a belief, like something that is a core. Hey, it's Mandy. Thanks for the fire. That was fun. More fire. Oh, that one came up right above my cross too. It looked like it was like coming out of this red. That was awesome. There's still lots of you on here. What questions have we got? I'm at the bottom. I'm kind of following along as I go. Be kind 253. Thank you. Love you too. Here we go. Here's some questions. What would you suggest to someone going into, I'm assuming, ministry? Just do the next thing you need to do. Keep an eye on like what requirements are coming at you, what classes you need to keep in line, like keep that, but like don't stress about things that are not immediately in front of you, because there's a lot of things coming at you. And you have this, you can do it, but if you try to do the whole program and worry about the whole program all at once, and you worry about this test and that test, it's going to get way too much. So just try and stay centered, try and absorb as much as you can. In seminary, it's not so much about learning like the full content, but more about learning how to use the resources available. So when I took Hebrew and Greek, when I took Hebrew first, I was really focused on learning the language. Like I wanted to know the words. I wanted to learn it like Spanish so I could speak it to someone. Like I was really focused on that. When I took Greek though, I focused more on like, okay, here are the resource books. Here's how to look up this word. Here's how to understand this. And I understood the structure and how to find out the meaning of a word rather than trying to memorize the meaning of the word. So trying to know, like, how am I going to use my resources long term was more helpful than like trying to cram my brain full of information. So now when I come to do a translation for Greek, I know where to go and I know how to make my own translation. Even though it's not crammed in there, I know where I can find it. Is it hard to become a priest in my church? I would say it's significantly hard, but not impossible. There's a lot of like gatekeeping that happens. They want to make sure that the pastors that are ordained are representing the denomination well. There's a lot of steps to it. There's a lot of educational requirements and tests and examinations. There's psychological exams that you have to pass and get analysis from. So there's a lot of hoops and red tape and stuff to get through. But if you're called to this and it's something that you have a passion for, it's absolutely possible. And it's that and anyone can be a great pastor. I am a Christian. Let's see. Why did God create trans people? Jordan, were you on the other night? Do you just want to hear this answer again? I was on, when was that? Thursday or Friday? Why did God create trans people? So there's a famous theologian that has said, I have not seen the Little X video. I'm going to make a video in response to it soon. Okay, back to why did God create trans people? So there's a theologian that says that God created trans people for the same reason that God created grapes and not wine, because God wants us to participate in the act of creation, to take a raw product, a product that is one thing, and turn it into something else to meet a need and a necessity. Same reason that God created wheat and not bread, to allow humanity to be like, what do I do with this? What can I create with this? To be part of the process of creation. So I believe that God created trans people to allow us to be a part of creation. I also think that it shines a really heavy light on the fact that gender is something we have created, and that there are people out there who do not fit into our pigeonholes, which means we created those holes, which means that when we get into the kingdom of God, they're not going to exist. So we need to get comfortable with people who don't fit into all of those pigeonholes and boxes, because they're not going to be there in heaven. And if we're not comfortable with them now, we're not going to be comfortable in heaven. Mic drop. Okay. I thank God for people like you, Nick Stapleton, who stops in and raises an affirming voice and gives me motivation. Thank you. I appreciate that. Some of these questions are coming in like really fragmented, and I'm not sure. I do believe gender is a social construct. And I saw Prof. Echo is another creator on here. They made a video today that said, gender is a cultural construct and Christians are supposed to be countercultural. I was like, oh, that was a good one. Advice for people hurt by religion. Separate the people who misinterpret how to use religion and God. A lot of times when we're hurt by the people, we think that God is like okay with all of it. No, God is just as hurt as you are by the ways that people have misused the word and God's love. So God is also upset with that. So separate the people from God. And when you can do that, then you can re-tap into God and you can rebuild up this relationship. And when this relationship is good and strong, you can go and find some people who maybe will reinvigorate that side of you that can be in community and in religion with other people. Oh, lots of good questions coming in. Favorite theologian? You're going to... does Nadia Bolter-Weber count? Rachel Held Evans might count. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Oh, wait. X. There we go. Being LGBTQ is not a choice. It is a gift from God and part of our identity. It is part of God's image that is given and entrusted to us. People do use the Bible for power all the time. They use it for power and to reinforce their empire mentality, and that is wrong. I don't personally believe in reincarnation, at least not in the ways that I've heard other religions describe it. But it does have some interesting, some interesting effects. I think one of the harmful effects is what it does to the caste system in India, that people who are poor are there for a reason, and so people don't feel so compelled to help them. And so that can be a troubling use of that theology of reincarnation. So tarot cards in Christianity is interesting. So the only time, one of the main things that the Bible does talk about against like sorcery and stuff is this future telling idea, this like prediction of the future. And so there is a thin line in like fortune telling and tarot cards, of crossing into like making decisions solely based on what a card draw might say about you. Can Can God speak to us through tarot cards? I think it's possible. I'm not one to limit how God speaks to us and how God reaches us. So if tarot cards is how God is guiding you, but don't make decisions, like go into that discernment space. Like, do I really think and want to claim what that reading was for myself? Or was that reading like, okay, have you ever done this where you're like, I don't know what I want to eat tonight. Do I want pizza? Do I want tacos? And you're like, okay, I'm going to roll the dice or I'm going to go with pizza. And the minute you hear pizza, you're like, nope, I want tacos. So sometimes I think tarot cards can do that when it says this thing about us and we're like, nope, that's wrong. So maybe it's like, just don't base every single thing that you do. It can become an unbalancing force if you're always going back, like, this is the only way you can make a decision. This is the only way you can know anything about yourself is going to these cards. But can they be helpful? Probably. I'm not going to limit the way that God... What is your belief exactly? I believe that God loves me and loves everyone, and that's... yeah. Belief is so complicated. I would need another 8 hours to go through my beliefs. Is theology a Christian term? No, theology is, so theo is God, or thea is God, and ology is the study of. So theology is the study of God. Like biology is the study of beings, biology. So theology is the study of God, understanding of God. I think zodiac signs fall into the same realm of tarot cards. Like, don't let it be the thing that drives every decision. Like, you gotta internalize some decision making yourself. Do I have any advice for being pansexual? Are you wanting to be pansexual? You want this sale on why pansexual is great? Because your love is limitless. Because anyone that finds you attractive should shoot their shot, and they have a chance with you. I don't know. Advice for being pansexual. Be who you are is my advice. Oh my gosh, lots of questions coming in. Let me see. Pagan people are great as long as they're not against me. It is not a sin to be LGBTQ. It is a gift from God. I do think science and religion go together. I think science is helping us get to know God more and more, and God's creation more and more. I would not prevent a gay man working with children. So in my church, everybody gets background checks. So if you pass a background check, why would I prevent you from doing that? You obviously are a good person and don't have any issues in your past. The Bible says nothing about homosexuality as we understand it today. The understanding of that time was that homosexuality was every now and again inkling of some people, but everyone was heterosexual in their core. The more that we've learned about that, the more we've seen that that's not true. So everything in the Bible talks about homosexual acts, and usually they are power imbalances acts, an older person with a younger person, or a powerful man with a poor man, less powerful man. And that is actually talking about consent. You cannot get consent when the power imbalance is that far off. A preacher told you the earth is 6,000 years old. Well, I feel like that person is wrong. I do not think God sends glimpses of the future. There are talkings in the Bible about prophets, and sometimes they say things that eventually do come true. But what they're actually doing is noticing things happening around them, and they're like, oh, if we keep going down this path, this thing's going to happen in the future. And when that thing happens in the future, people go, oh my gosh, they predicted that. No, they were paying attention to what's going on around them. Greta Thunberg, 3 years ago, said, we are going to destroy the earth. We're going to kill ourselves. She's looking around at what's happening and saying hey guys, we have a path that we're heading down and this is not good. If in the future we all kill ourselves, we'll call her a prophet. We'll say she predicted the future. No, she was just looking at what's happening right now and saying, like, we got to change something. So I don't think God gives us those glimpses of the future. I don't think that's something that God is particularly cares much about. I do believe that everyone goes to heaven. Jordan Phoenix, you're working overtime hanging out with me and cleaning up the comment section. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Everyone give Jordan a round of applause. Thank you for moderating for us. If you do need to go, Jordan, I'm not going to like force you to stay here. Your boyfriend lost his youth job in a church for being bi. Yeah, that happens a lot. And that's an old school agenda that is coming back to haunt the church, that whenever people get really scared about what's happening, Brian Campbell, thanks for the fire, they don't understand something, they always immediately go to like, this affects our children negatively. And so that's an old thing that gay people only like young boys. It's like maybe over 100 years old of this fear that's how homosexuality works. And the fact that they haven't learned or tried to understand that better just shows that they're not really willing to listen to people's experiences. My church is in Michigan, in Birmingham, Michigan. How did I get really progressive as a pastor? I would say growing up, I was uncomfortable with some of the teachings of the church, or didn't see, like I was reading scripture and then hearing what the church was saying. It was like, some of this doesn't line up quite right. I had a great pastor in my college years that connected some of that for me. And then when I went to seminary and really started diving into scripture and was able to read original texts and really see what was happening there, really connected with what Jesus's main mission was, which was to not use religion to exclude people, and that God's love was endless. And that made me progressive, I guess, which is kind of silly that makes me progressive to believe that, but not quite hot. You're welcome. Psychics and mediums, I don't know. I don't know. I have had experiences with things that I would call like ghost-like figures. So maybe there are people that are able to connect with that on like a predictable way. I don't know. It's something that I don't understand and I don't know a lot about. My church is Presbyterian, PC USA. I'm answering questions from the Q&A box here. If you're asking in the question section, I'm missing out. My religion is Christian. Do I drink energy drinks? I need one. No, actually, I'm a Pepsi addict. I drink way too much Pepsi. Diva Jamaican, I'm so glad you came across my page. Are you in Jamaica? Florence, Kentucky. Florence Christian Church, raise the roof. Thank you guys for Dr. Pepper is my jam. I wish I was in Jamaica right now too. Zoe, I'm doing good. I'm so thankful that some of you are like catching some of the questions that are in the chat and answering them. That is the power of an affirming community. That when I'm talking around, hi from Michigan, hi back from Michigan, from Detroit. That when I'm talking and leading in other ways, that you're able to see other people that need attention. So thank you. That is so amazing that we have that community here, and that when I go live, I can trust you guys to care for each other, which is just like, oh, it's gonna make me cry because you guys are awesome. Okay, let's see any more questions in here. Do my progressive beliefs alienate you in church? Not in my church. My church like knows all about me and asked me to be their pastor, which is cool. I think I answered that one. How soon do services go on YouTube? Usually they're already up by now. Is it not up yet? Let's see. Everybody's Church 1. March 28th. It's up. There are no views, so none of y'all have watched it. No, it's okay. There's 2 views of the whole service. So there's 2 links up right now on our YouTube page. One is it says worship service March 28th. And then the other one is solo and sermon March 28th. The solo and sermon is the shorter one. It's only 25 minutes. Badoo. I am a female pastor. What about Adam and Eve? I believe they are a representation of an understanding of how humanity might have began, but they are probably metaphor. Has anybody gotten upset because I'm progressive? Yes, much more on TikTok than in person. I would say there are a handful of families in my church that are more conservative than I am, and my sermons make them uncomfortable, but I'm okay with that. I think every time I preach, I hope somebody is a little bit uncomfortable and is inspired to a little bit of change. My page is about being a affirming pastor in the church. Yes. How do I read Paul without getting upset? Realizing that he is a product of his culture. Realizing that he did make a huge change in his life from oppressing Christians to supporting them and being the major writer of our Holy Scriptures. By realizing that a lot of times he's talking to a very specific person and not talking about like me or what the generalization of what his words are. There's a book I've been reading called reading the Bible again for the first time, taking the Bible seriously but not literally, and I'm literally in the section about Paul, reading Paul again. So I am learning lots of good things about Paul, and I will be doing a Bible study with that book for you all, probably starting in May. There's going to be a sign up for that. The details are not ready yet, but I will be helping helping you see the Bible differently than literally at some point. I'll be getting around to that. I'm a gay person who misses the Lord. Any advice? The Lord misses you too. Whatever way you felt closest to God before, put it back into your life for a couple minutes. Start making those connections again. Start noticing how God is showing up for you in the joys and the love and all those different things. Set aside a couple minutes every day. It's like any relationship. If I didn't call you for, 3-4 months, you'd think I don't care about our relationship. The same thing with God. God's not one to force God's self into our lives. But if we set aside a little bit of time, then God will rush back in and be so excited to be in that relationship and have that growing again. Favorite TV show right now is called The Irregulars on Netflix. I think I'm 2 episodes away from the end. I go through TV shows like so fast. Is it worth driving to Michigan for your church? You can watch us online. And right now we have very limited space. So that's not to say, no, it's not worth it. I think it is worth it. I'd love to meet you in person. But we are hopefully offering some things online so that you can join us that way as well. I think that men and women have roles as dictated by our culture. They are not innately in us, given to us by God. God gives everybody, like, God just there's roles that humanity has to fulfill, and we pick up the ones that we feel called to. We together are the body of Christ, and so we each have a different part of the body that we enact in our world. Our services are not in podcast form right now. Should we be doing that? I've heard of some pastors doing that. And it would be a really quick and easy switch over to do that. I just don't know if it would be it'd be engaging with just listening to it. Maybe it would. The site for watching services. So we live stream on YouTube, and our YouTube channel is Everybody's Church 1. So one word, Everybody's Church, and the number 1. You can get to that through our church website, which is linked in my bio. You can go to the church website and find the worship little square, and it says join our live stream worship, and you can join from there. Would love to listen to a podcast. Okay, I'll put it on my things to listen to. I don't understand family dynamic. I think there are lots of different kinds of family dynamics, and a lot of the straight family dynamics are not very healthy these days. My church is called First Presbyterian Church of Birmingham. We call ourselves Everybody's Church. So the YouTube channel is Everybody's Church 1. The number 1 after it. The numeral 1. Everybody's Church 1. Or First Presbyterian Church of Birmingham. So when my friends all know that, like, I talk about my sexuality to people who either want to date me or want to set me up with people. So if you're in one of those, let's chat. But other than that, it doesn't really matter what my sexuality is. And sometimes it distracts from the conversation. To some people, it means more if I'm straight. To some people, it means more if I'm queer. It's just a weird dynamic. Your church has just become open and affirming. That is amazing. Good luck on that work and that journey. You mean men and women in a family dynamic? I think that is one way to have a family dynamic, but not the only way. MK, I'm so glad that you are feeling blessed and refreshed. What is progressive? Progressive Christian is this label that we kind of have to use because we want to distinguish ourselves away from evangelical, like conservative evangelical Christians. I don't love the title progressive Christian because I think maybe a better one would be like Orthodox Christian, or something more along those lines. But because conservative evangelical is the like loudest, most common denominator voice out there in the world, progressive Christians have decided like we need to have some way of distinguishing who we are. That is a quick, easy kind of collect-all title. It's not one that we particularly love, but it's there. Thoughts on religious trauma? It's terrible. The church needs to work on rooting it out, and it needs to be processed through. Just letting it sit there and ignoring it will pop up in really strange ways in your life, in shame, in guilt, when you grieve. And so letting religious trauma fester is really dangerous. That doesn't mean you have to go back to church, but you need to understand that you have trauma and figure out where that comes from. Bible or Bibles do I read? I always have an NRSV for serious study. I also keep a message translation near to me, a message Bible near to me to like just kind of refresh some of the words. It can kind of like be like, what did that just say? And I'll read the message and be like, oh, okay. The Jewish Annotated is also a Bible I keep close by, or Oxford Annotated is another good one that I keep close by to me. The Bible says nothing about loving, consensual, mutual, homosexual relationships. Catholic, no Mass in a year, came out 2 weeks ago. Good luck on that journey. I'm glad that you found me too. Thank you, TikTok. The story of Lilith is not in scripture, so I don't really know a lot about Lilith except through like pop culture references. It's one of the myths that gets wrapped up into those stories, but it's not part of my faith tradition. I'm Aquarius, and apparently there's like other designations that I had no idea. There's like a whole like natal chart or something I'm supposed to know. I don't know. Favorite Bible story, Jesus walking on water, is my favorite Bible story. Or Jonah. Oh, maybe something with water. I tend to think the devil is a metaphor. I think the most useful use of the devil is a metaphor. Could there also be like a significant force out there, either human created or otherwise, that is working against God? Maybe. But I think the more useful way is to like, it's a metaphor for something we create within ourselves and around us. I don't know anything about Greek god or goddesses. I am reading that like webtoon with like Persephone and Hades and and that's, what is that? Greek mythology? I don't know. I don't know. They're characters to me. They're not, which I'm sure is offensive to people who actually follow them as gods and goddesses. They're not really anything more to me. How do you deal with hate the sin, love the sinner? I usually roll my eyes. My response is, you can't love the sinner if you don't love their identity. And that is the issue. That concept comes from the idea that homosexuality is a act and not a identity. So that is the big difference. And that's a hard thing to convince someone. Unless you have a good relationship with someone, their family, their friends, there's someone who you can like have little conversations with and grow that understanding. There's not a lot of use of engaging in that rhetoric. Does astrology oppose God? I don't think so. It can distract. It can become all-encompassing, but so can a belief in Jesus. Like, Jesus can become an idol. I think there are some Christian churches that like everything is like their Christ, their Savior, their Lord. And it's like, but are you doing the work? Are you really paying attention to what's going on in the world and what Jesus is asking you to do? Or are you going in and worshiping every Sunday and then not doing anything? So I don't know. That might be controversial. What about men and women being made different? They are made different to express God's different identities in different ways, just like trans people, just like non-binary people, just like different sexualities. We all express a different corner of God's identity. That God image through all of us is expressed fully. I am a pastor, which is the same as a priest. I'm in the Presbyterian Church, PCUSA. How do you tell if your angel, maybe these are two of the same. How do you tell if your angel is near? How do you tell if God is speaking with you? It's expressed in very different ways. Like I said before, some people hear a voice, some people feel a feeling. It's expressed in lots of different ways. It can be hard to tell, sometimes as well. Opinion on 1 Timothy 2:12, that is about a Karen in the church who is creating problems and trying to power grab for herself. Why did he create queer people? Because God is a little bit queer in God's identity, and so God gives part of that image to people to express to us so we can understand God more fully. How are you today? That's a beautiful question. I'm going to stop and say thank you for asking. I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying hanging out with all of y'all. There's some good questions coming in. I thought I was coming on just for like a little quick chat, but there's so many of you. I'm so glad to have you here and to be able to be in touch with you. So I'm doing good. I'm seeing some of the other questions come in. So a couple of questions are like, being scared to come out. What do I do? And my advice, if you've been here for a while, is going to be the same as it was the last couple times it was asked. Take care of yourself. Keep yourself safe. If you are underage, possibly the best time to come out is after you have a job and after you have an exit plan, on the chance the family is going to kick you out. Unfortunately, they don't get to know who you are. If they're not going to show love and accept you who you are, they lose out on getting to know who you are. If you're older, baby steps. You have had a chance to kind of understand who you are and grow in your understanding of who you are. When you come out to a family member, they start at square one. So, you have a choice. You can either tell them when you're at square one and they can go on this journey with you of understanding and realization of who God has made you to be. Or you can go on the journey, discover who God is in you. And then when you come out to them, you can help them know who you are. It's not going to be a one-time conversation for most people. If they're on the fence, even if they're like totally okay and love you, it's going to be a process of explaining to them, who are you? What does this mean? They're going to have to grieve some expectations that they had on your life. If they expected you to marry a certain looking person, they're going to have to grieve that like, oh, the wedding's not going to look like that. It's going to look like something else. Well, that could be okay. They're going to have to go through that process. So give them time to process what's going on. And if you ever feel unsafe, if you ever feel uncomfortable, boundaries are good. Boundaries are an act of self-love, and boundaries are an act of loving the other person as well, because it lets them know what you are willing to do in the relationship and what you're willing to accept in the relationship. So, yeah, that's anybody who's asking those questions about, I want to come out. What do I do? My church is located in Michigan, in Birmingham, Michigan. Thank you, Jordan Phoenix. You are amazing and awesome. We do have an online live church. In my bio, there is a link to my church and a link to our YouTube channel. Why do I think Jesus didn't have a relationship? Either he was asexual, or he had a lot to do. Or he did have a relationship and it isn't recorded, that the followers didn't think it was something that needed to be spoken about. Those are some good theories out there, I think, about why Jesus never had a relationship. How can you find an LGBT-friendly church? In my bio, there are links to churchclarity.org, gaychurch.org, More Light Presbyterians. You can look into some other denominations, Episcopals. Go to those search engines, put in your area, and it'll tell you, like, they usually have a designation of, like, same-sex marriage. Yes, no, we don't know. If it says yes, go check them out, ask some questions, see if they feel like family. Why do people say being LGBTQ is a sin? Because there are 6 places in the Bible that can be interpreted that way if you don't understand the context of what the writer and the audience was talking about. Or there are words that have been mistranslated by people who had an agenda against homosexuality in the world. Oh my goodness, so many good questions in here. Pup Spike, thank you. Love to see the affirmations along with the things that make my brain hurt in these questions, but they're good. When I was in seminary, these are the questions I was hoping people would ask me, that I would be able to help them understand. And a caveat, like, these are all based in my understanding of scripture and based in my faith, but they are very much an opinion and my personal understanding of God. If you ask like 3 other progressive pastors or 3 other pastors, you might get different answers, and that's okay. That is the beauty of faith and community, that we can hold together and support one another, but not, we can disagree. It's okay to disagree with people. Presbyterian and ELCA are very much alike, but their government structures are a bit different. Tawny, thank you. I knew a Tawny when I was in an acting troupe in Waterford, Michigan. And there was a Tawny. I think that's the last person I ever met with that name. So that's nice to see that name pop up in my life again. People who quote Old Testament is great. Beautiful scriptures. Wonderful. I don't like people who quote verses, who say like, here's a verse, and they throw it at you, especially if they're throwing it at you like a weapon. The scriptures were never written with those little numbers in it, so they're not meant to be written or read by sentence. They're supposed to be read as the whole chapter. Often if someone throws a scripture at you and says like, but the Bible says, go and read the whole chapter, because often 2 or 3 verses in front of it or behind it is like completely different, makes that mean something completely different. So the best thing you can do if someone quotes scripture at you is go, great, let's go look at that scripture and read the whole chapter, and break it down with them. Let's see. Because you're gay, you think you're not good enough? I know you're good enough because you're gay. God has gifted you with something very special to express and to tell the world. What are the 4 clues referred to in the video? I didn't pick out like 4 specific clues. Someone in the closet is not producing fruits of the Spirit. Someone who's open and going to pride and happy about who they are does produce fruits of the Spirit. There's a clue. Looking at context of the scripture, the people who wrote it didn't understand homosexuality, but we do, and so that's another clue that we have grown in our understanding of homosexuality. There's lots of them out there. Oh, any advice on the loss of a loved one? Find spaces to tell their story. Share memories. The memories might hurt, but grief is the product of love. When we love someone, we also produce this like box of grief that at some point we're going to have to open up. But inside that box are all of the memories and all of the love, all of the great things. And if you can share that with people, keep saying their name. You know, if it's a mother, you can use mom, but like use their name and really let people know like who that person was in your life. Cry when you have to and smile when you can, and it will get better and better. It will never go away, but that grief, you'll learn how to hold that grief as you go on. I'm sorry that you're having to go through that. I suggest the New Revised Standard Version, NRSV, of the Bible. Are there relationships in the Bible that are LGBTQ? There are some good theories. Maybe Ruth and Naomi. I kind of agree with David and Jonathan. I think they might have. So I think there are. I think Deborah is an example of at least a woman who is stepping into male roles. That was highly unlikely. So she might have been a trans man, but kept her name and her pronouns, or at least the people around her kept her pronouns. So I think there's a documentary, and I wish I could remember where it was, that was beautiful, that broke down a lot of different theories about LGBTQ people and relationships in the Bible. And it was really cool to see which ones they pulled out. Tawny, thank you. And thank you for bringing that name back into my life. There's some good memories there. I do believe that everyone is forgiven, not can be, but are forgiven. So Paige, true information is not maybe the term that I would say, but there are lots of links in my bio to an alternative way of looking at faith and Christianity and the Bible. Reformation Project has a great breakdown of all the clobber passages. More Light Presbyterians have a beautiful resource page of books. So yeah, that would be great. Those would be places to go. What do I consider a sin? Anything that throws your life out of balance, that pulls you away from embracing a relationship with God, or a spirit or a higher power, something that connects you with other people. Anything that pulls you away from that work is a sin. Anything that is not loving, fully loving, where you're accepting people for who they are and who they say they are, allowing them to participate and have a relationship with God, and enact their life. That anything that is off the course of love and or throwing you out of balance. Like if you're playing video games and you're neglecting your partner or your work or things like that, like it's a sin. If you're smoking weed to the point of you're skipping work, it's becoming a sin. Now, if you're using it as a recreational thing and it's legal wherever you are, then that doesn't necessarily mean that it is innately a sin. But when it starts throwing your life out of balance, absolutely, that becomes sinful. Advice for a gay ex-Catholic who loves God. Find the things that worked for you. The things that made you fall in love, the things that made you feel connected to God. Keep those things. Keep them. The stuff that didn't make you feel connected can be pushed to the side, but keep the things that made you feel connected and hold on to those, and those will be like the roots that grow your faith from that. CB Moore, you have a question in here. Is it wrong to try to identify the creator? Maybe you're talking about saying the name of God. Is that where you're going with that question? I'm a little confused. Sorry. Doop-a-doo. I do have a live Sunday service. It's on my bio. Go to my church website and you'll find it. I'm Presbyterian, PCUSA. I feel like I should have a sign. Here's all the things that you're first wondering about me as you walk in. Pup Spike, I'm so sorry that your parents kicked you out. And I'm sure it sounds like they kicked you out because of a religious belief. I hope you have found a family and a people to replace the love that they were not willing to give you. You can be a Christian and be gay. You can come out and also be a Christian. You also don't have to be celibate, because celibacy, Paul says, is not for everyone. So we can't expect that of everyone. Tony Robin, or what, I missed the last name before I clicked X on it. I do believe hesitant believers can go to heaven, because I don't think we know exactly what it is to be believers. We can't fully understand what God expects and knows. And the work of salvation, of the entry into heaven, is something that God has done. Jesus opened those gates up for us. What do I say to pastors that disagree with me? Sometimes I have conversations with them if they're, friends and we disagree. Sometimes we just kind of talk about what's going on, how we got to the places where we are. Sometimes we just go like, okay, well, we have a difference of opinion there. Trying to be religious again. If community is important to you, you might want to start with finding an affirming place to be, a place that will love you and accept you. If that's not exactly something that is absolutely necessary for your faith, find those practices that make you feel connected to God and start doing those. Tawny, I did have a beautiful day. It was Palm Sunday. We got Holy Week coming up. I've got a great group of people in the live here. We're talking about some great things. So thank you. I have no idea what heaven is, but here's what I think heaven is. I think heaven's going to be just like a sense of peace and love and just like full confidence that I am worthy and good, and getting to praise God and celebrate and be happy and joyful with God. I don't think we're going to have like human forms like we have here. I think it's going to be more of a spiritual entity that we become. I don't think we're going to recognize family and friends and dogs and all that stuff. We might have a sense that they're there and feel calm with that understanding. But I think it's going to be so different than our world here that it's really hard for us to fathom. So. My church is in Michigan, in Birmingham, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. Do I think it's too forward of Christians? I think Christians can get too forward with their understanding of God Creator, in assuming that their characterization and understanding of the Creator, the one God, is the only way to see and understand God. I think Christians can get that way. Presbyterians do believe in God, in the Trinity, actually. I wish I could see, here. There we go. I'm making a couple more of you moderators. What that means is that if someone says something hateful, you can click on their name and either mute them or kick them out of the chat. Let me see if I recognize anybody else's name. There are a lot of you here. Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Let me see who else is here. Sorry. Okay, I think we're gonna be in that for now. Okay. Creator is absolutely above our understanding. We always have to keep a sense of humility when we think about God. And Scripture tells us we need to walk humbly with God. And there's a good chance we've got it wrong. There's a good chance God is completely different than what we have understood God to be. So that humbleness of like, maybe I'm not quite right, should keep us in our tracks. What churches do I have the most pushback from? Evangelical, Christian, conservative Christian churches. I'm unsure if dogs go to heaven. I hope they do. We have done a couple classes on the gifts of the Spirit. I often use it when I go on mission trips as a place for people to explore and develop or learn about their gifts of the Spirit. So we've done that from time to time. It's a thing we come back to every once in a while. How do I handle people hating all Christians? I understand that some Christians are awful, and be like, I see it, I understand it, it's okay. And I try to be the opposite. I try to be someone who can say, like, that's good. Like, I totally understand why you hate them. Can I offer you another option? Like, some of us are this way. So just living my life in a way that doesn't reinforce that idea. Being LGBTQ is not a choice. It's a gift from God. Lost faith when mom died. How do I get it back? Examine why. Where did that go? Is it anger with God? Do you need to express some anger? Do you need to, cuss out God and throw some things and get angry and let that out? Because maybe there's something festering inside that's really blocking up the connection that you're able to have with God. Was mom the one that reminded you to go to church, that reminded you that you were loved of God, and that is gone from your life? Why is it? Where did that string get cut? What was it? And if you can figure that out, you can start to reform that string and remake that connection. Jesse Cart, thank you. You guys are so sweet with those gifts. I think I was looking at my gifts today, and I do have some money in there now. I think what I'm going to do is just like go on and just like find a bunch of people on TikTok who are like making really cool things and just give them my money to support other TikTok creators. Pastor here, best sermon on LGBTQ that I've heard, that I've given. I gave a really bomb one. What was that? End of February? Yeah, I did a lot of work on that sermon. It was great. Best one I have heard. The Reformation Project on YouTube has a playlist that has it on there, and it's I'm gonna forget who it's by. Hold on, I will find it. Reformation Project. It is by playlist sermons. Oh no, I can't. No, it's not on there. I don't know. I don't know. There are some good ones. I can't remember the name of it. I think it was actually a TED Talk of a pastor talking about coming out. The branch, the denomination, I'm in Presbyterian, PC, USA. Does the Bible say anything bad about LGBTQ+? No, because the people of the time did not understand homosexuality the way we do. They understood behaviors that went against nature. They did not understand that there were some people who their nature was to be attracted to the same sex. And they thought everyone was comfortable as being heterosexual, and that some people every once in a while dabbled in this other thing. We now understand that that's not the reality of what that means. And so they don't say anything. In Bay, do I know LGBTQ plus friendly churches in Bay? I don't know Bay because I don't know. Do you mean the Bay Area? There are links in my bio to a couple searches that can help you. You can just put in like your address and it'll show you churches that are in your area. My church is in Birmingham, Michigan. First year seminary student translation. Favorite Bible translation, New Revised Standard Version. Get it, love it. Jewish Annotated, get it, love it. Oxford Annotated, get it, love it. I do have pets. I have a cat and I have a turtle. I have a not so mild obsession with turtles. Okay, there's lots of questions in my question thing, but like I'm gonna get bogged down by all of this. So for a second, I'm just gonna hang out in the chats here and say hi to you guys because I feel like I'm like behind all these questions. I've never had so many of you with me. I'm so excited. You guys are great. A turtle. I do have a turtle. He's a yellow-bellied cooter. Thank you. I actually have a crown. Where is it? It was over here the other day. Oh, here it is. When I was doing my my God videos, I put this crown on. I bought it for my birthday this year because it was going to be a COVID birthday and I was going to be on lots of Zoom meetings. So I bought a crown to make myself feel better. And it did. It worked. You need names? Are you talking about pets? My cat's name is Kenya and my turtle's name is Tortuga because I love the Pirates of the Caribbean movies and I loved the island name. Only later did my friend who speaks Spanish go, you know that Tortuga is turtle in Spanish. And I was like, did not know. And so I have a turtle named Turtle. There is no place in the Bible where the word abortion is mentioned. The closest where the word abortion is mentioned is in a passage about a priest creating a concoction that causes a woman to miscarry. That's the closest. He creates a drink and gives it to her. You can watch my sermons on YouTube. My church website is linked in my bio. And that you can go to the church website and go to the worship section and find the YouTube channel. My pronouns are she, her. You want to be my friend? Okay, let's be friends. Let's do that. That sounds good. Some churches are against female leaders because there's like 2 verses in the Bible about some women who created some problems, and they just hold on to that and latch on to that. You do not have to go to church to be a Christian. The Bible been rewritten? No. Been translated? Had been transcribed? Yes. The LGBTQ documentary? I don't know what that one is. The 1946 documentary isn't out yet. And the 1946 movie account on here is great. Their lives have some great content. 1946 movie is their handle on TikTok here. Tiffany, thank you. Thank you for being you and for being here. You assumed I was Episcopalian. I'll take that. Episcopalians are cool. So I do think that there are words that have been changed in the transcriptions and in the translations. If you've ever tried to hand copy all of these words from one to the other by reading and then writing and reading and then writing, you can guess that some issues probably happened. In the Hebrew, the original transcripts were written without vowels, so you can imagine the kind of word confusions that can happen if the vowels aren't there. And then someone puts in the vowels, so then they say okay, these are definitely the vowels, but that wasn't there to begin with. Why did they put in the vowels? If you translate from one language to another, there are words that don't exactly match up, from Spanish to English to, all those different, from German, from Hebrew, ancient Hebrew to modern English. There's a lot of leaps that has to happen in understanding. There are words that we use. For instance, if I told you today, oh my gosh, I'm dying, you might assume that I'm dying, but you might also assume I saw a really funny TikTok and I'm dying. But in the 1600s, that only meant I am literally dying. So those words change meaning over time, and we have to keep relooking at our translations to make sure that the meaning that was originally meant is the best being expressed in the words that we use now. And that's a really hard job to do. How do you get back to love and light? Look for it. Participate in creating it. Be love, be light. Okay, let's see what other questions have come in here. I think I answered that one as it came in. Thanks for the flowers. I have not visited where Jesus died, but it is on my bucket list. I was actually supposed to go early next year with a group, but the plans kind of started falling apart. So that's not going to happen. Do I have thoughts on transgender people from a biblical Christian standpoint? Well, in Genesis, it is said that God creates the heavens and the earth. God creates the male and female. God creates day and night. And all of those things, the writer is using a thing called merism, because we understand that God created day and dusk and night and dawn and all the things in between day and night. When God created heavens and earth, what the author really wants us to see is God created the things from the heavens to the earth and everything in between. And so when he says God created male and female, they're talking about merism again, about everything that's in between. So it is a affirmation that there are that male and female are just two things, and everything in and around it is also included in creation. On the For You page, yes. You know, people have been telling me that I need to go live when I'm on the For You page, and I've been like, that seems complicated. But all y'all being here shows me that I absolutely need to do that, because you're all here, which is awesome. I began my religious journey as a baby. I was raised in a Christian household, baptized as a baby, grew up in a church. Went to church in college. There's maybe been, I don't know. I don't think there's a full 12 months that I never walked into a church. I've always kind of been involved in some way, whether my belief was strong or weak at that moment. I was always involved and there. Cradle Episcopalian. Well, hopefully it's cradle to grave Episcopalian, and you hang in there. Love can never be a sin. Your love is beautiful. It is not sinful. Thank you. Thank you for the presents. Do you have to be the same religion to watch my sermons? No. There might be some words that I use that you don't understand, because I just don't understand. Like, I'm talking to a very specific crowd, so I might use some shortcuts in phrasing. But hopefully they're like, I try to write onto like a 5th grade understanding. So hopefully, even if I do use words that are not common, you can like get it from the context what I'm saying. So you can absolutely watch it. Yeah, I mean, I listen to some rabbis teach. And to other denominations and other, there's a great couple TikTokers that are Hindu and Muslim that I like to listen to when they post their teachings. So you can listen. It's good to listen to what other people are interacting with God in. I hope that your Catholic parents can truly love you, even though you're atheist. I don't think love should be restricted to people who are like you, who are like us. We should not only love us, we should love people who are unlike us. Open-minded atheists, what do you want us to know? I think the biggest thing, and I know that it's a very small group of atheists, but I do get people coming onto my page and saying things like, well, you know God doesn't exist. I was like, well, obviously I don't know that, because my whole career and my value system is based in God. You know, like how would you like to be treated by us? We want to be treated that way as well, with curiosity. Don't expect us to change. Don't expect us to see from your point of view, but we can have some pretty cool discourse because of our differences. How do I prove all Christians aren't hateful? By being at least one Christian who is not hateful. Even if there's one. When God comes to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, and Lot says, but what if there's a couple? Will you save the city if there's a couple good people? And God says, absolutely. So if there's a couple, if there's a small remnant, it is still alive and still moving forward, still working. Finding a church. There are search engines in my bio that have ways for you to find churches in your area that are open and affirming. Is it a bad idea to date someone who worships different gods? No, I think you guys can be open. You might even find some practices that cross lines so that you can practice your faiths together, but in similar ways. But if you honor the differences and realize that those differences make you, interesting and stronger, I think it can be a great thing to date people who don't necessarily, like, the value system should probably be there. If the value system is very, very different, it's going to cause problems because you're going to run into things like, spending money. If you want to donate to a nonprofit, but the person doesn't have a value of supporting nonprofits, that could become a place of resentment in your relationship. So the value system is really more important than like how they worship or who they worship. You're not a bad Christian if you don't go to church. I do believe LGBTQ people will get into heaven. Is there a correct way to pray in whatever way connects you to God? Is it bad to go to church? Wait, is it bad I don't go to church but believe in God? Yeah, you don't have to go to church. You can practice faith outside of an organized church. I do get asked my favorite Bible verse a lot, and I never have a good answer. I have a Hebrew word on my wrist that is from a Hebrew, from scripture. Actually from multiple scriptures, and it's the word hineni, which means here I am, which is an answer that you give to God when God asks you to do something. You say like, okay, here I am, let's go, let's do this. Oh no, your husband's clergy and now you're spending the night with me, another clergy, probably hearing the same. What makes me feel closest? This kind of stuff, teaching, showing love, teaching about scripture. That's what saved my life, was teaching other people about scripture and learning scripture and helping people reconnect with scripture. So this kind of thing is what makes me feel close to God. How can I start getting into religion? If it's the first time and you're looking at Christianity, read the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. Read a chapter a day, see how it feels to follow Jesus, see if you like this guy. And that's the best place to start with Christianity, is in the Gospels. There is no wrong way to pray. The correct way to pray is a way that makes you feel connected to God. Becca, I'm so glad you hung out and listened and asked good questions. Thank you for doing that. I identify. I am a Presbyterian, PCUSA. It is not a sin to be bi. Are you going to be okay even if you're trans? You are going to be okay. Bethany Hathaway, hello, welcome, good to see you. I'm going to make you a moderator just because I don't have a lot of moderators going on right now. So you can mute people and kick people out if you want, Bethany, because I trust you. Grew up Southern Baptist and struggle accepting myself. Where do I start? I'm gay. Queer theology is a great place to start. Reformation Project, a biblical case for LGBTQ inclusion, is a great place to learn. There's a book called Unclobber, which is a great place to kind of relearn those passages and what they say. Yeah. Are there gay stories in the Bible? Yeah. Go to queertheology.com. They believe there's lots of gay stories in the Bible. How do you send likes? I think you just have to tap the screen. If your pastor won't let you ask questions, I don't know. Put them in my chat. We'll chat. You can ask me. Yeah, that's hard when the person that's supposed to be helping you with your spirituality won't let you explore that. My views on tattoos is that they're fine. I've got 3 tattoos. God is love. Are there scriptures that don't resonate with me? Yeah. It's taken me a long time to read some of the scriptures that talk about, God's wrath and God's judgment and those kinds of things. And the way that I've kind of gotten around to being relieving the tension of those is by understanding that the Bible is a human product, and this is what they expected from God and how they thought God was going to act. And if you read further, if God says, like, I'm going to do this thing to you, and you keep reading, it very rarely happens. So even if people think God is going to smite them and destroy them, very rarely does that actually happen, which means their thought of what God was going to do is not what actually happens. God answers with grace and love. So there are definitely scriptures that I'm like, oh, really? Okay, let's work on this one. You can be spiritual without being religious. Absolutely. Depression does not mean that you're not good with God. Depression means that there is a chemical imbalance in your brain, and God has given us some great ways to deal with those chemical imbalances through medicines, sometimes coping mechanisms like therapies, things like that can help us analyze what is causing that imbalance in ourselves. Sometimes it's a disconnection from purpose, and so that can cause us to become depressed. So God does not, like, separation from God. There might be some something that might help if you reconnect with God, but you also need to make sure that you're maintaining health in like a physical way as well, not just like trying to pray away your depression or that kind of stuff. I am Presbyterian, not UU. I do think that there are some mistranslations in the Bible. Not a huge amount. And the mistranslations are easily overcome if you look at scripture through context, which is why context is so important. Because anything, like, you can mistranslate it, but if you look at context and you know context, you can easily spot those things. I don't believe in the rapture. That was something that was created by a pastor in order to scare his church straight. That's a very recent idea, the rapture. You can just come to my church, either online or in person. Get a reservation though for the next couple of weeks, because we're still taking reservations. Cases are still kind of high in our area. When I came out to my mother, physically used religion to fix me. How do I forgive and connect with God? First is to disconnect your mom's understanding and who God actually is. And that is to realize you thought I was doing an Agnes Harkness. That is going to be my Halloween costume now, no. That's what I'm going to do. So if you're trying to recover from religion being used against you, separating God from the people is a good step to do. Finding your own personal connection with God and interpreting the things that you understand through love. Like if it's not equaling love, if it's not producing joy and peace in your life, then it's not producing the fruits of the Spirit, then it's not of God. Then it's something that you've learned that is a trauma. You're painting your nails? So I have my nails plain right now, but I have an amazing press-on set of nails for Easter that I'm so excited to put on because I saw them in the store and it was just like, I like barely even looked at them. I was like walking to the register and I like out of the corner of my eye saw this beautiful set of nails and I went, boop, and then like didn't even think about it. It's in my cart. Whoops, in my cart. I do believe that non-believers can get into heaven. I believe the doors are wide open. You're in Puyallup, Washington. Puyallup, Washington. That is a really cool name. Is that where y'all comes from? Puyallup. That is a far way away from me. I will give you that will be hard to join me. But the internet is vast, and that would mean you'd have to get up at like 7 a.m. in the morning to watch worship with us, which is also a really big ask. I won't ask you to do that, but you can watch later on. And hopefully I'll have some things that you can join later in the day, like the Bible study that I'm going to do, where you can join me on Zoom and we can be church together in that way. That is a far way away. Superstar Godspell. Godspell. Because Godspell focuses more on Jesus's life, and Superstar, the pinnacle is the death and all that scene. And I think the life is a more important thing. Feelings about mega churches. They must be doing something right? Because they're getting all the people. I wish more of them had healthier theology. If I could create I have kind of on TikTok created a mega church with a healthier theology. That would be a life goal of mine. Thoughts on disassociation? Are you talking about like there's some mental disorders that have disassociation, like ADHD disassociation? That kind of stuff I'm not following. Advice for people with unsupportive family: protect yourself, create boundaries. Boundaries are healthy for you. They're a loving response for you, and they are a loving response to the family, for them to know where your relationship is, to be honest about like, I'm not willing to go there with you. How do I figure out what I believe in? Engage in the discourse and engage in conversation with people. Ask them what they believe and how they got there. What are some of the struggles of having that belief? Yeah. do I think about Joel Osteen? Joel Osteen, I got lots of thoughts about Joel Osteen, but I will say this. If I have had a terrible day and I feel like crud, a Joel Osteen sermon will make me feel better about myself. Now, it's like eating candy every day. If you listen to his sermons all the time, they become unhealthy because they're not challenging. It's always this prosperity, like if God loves you, then you're going to get good things and you got to be, a better believer and something like that. But every once in a while, I do listen to a Joel Osteen sermon, and I struggle with some of his priorities in ministry. Let's say that. A couple of people are asking about purity culture. My general response is it's gross, and it is dangerous, and it puts the value of someone into something that is that's not where their value lies. Our value is not in our purity. Our value is innate and in our humanity. I can get married. Joel is yucky. Yeah, there's definitely some problems with Joel Osteen. His response after the hurricane came through was really troubling. Actually, when I started my TikTok in September, I joked with people that if I ever get more followers than Joel Osteen has on a Sunday morning, then I would, it would be a miracle, or like that would be amazing. And now I'm like, oh shoot, I said it out loud and God made something happen. Joel is one of those rich pastors, yeah. Which is not innately bad, right? Like it's okay to be rich, but there is an expectation that if you have more, then you need to be doing things with that money and with those resources. You don't have to live like a pauper. You don't have to live, there's probably a good reason why he has a couple houses, because he has a couple different campuses that he flies around to. So I don't fault him for that. I don't even really fault him for having a plane, because he does have all these people that he has to go and be with. What I fault him for is I don't see him using his money in a way that is tithing, that is creating charitable support for long-lasting missional success. Maybe some Band-Aid projects. I don't see his work really being helpful to fixing long-term problems, if that makes sense. Little Nas X's Satan's Shoes. I've been asked a lot. I am going to watch the video later. From what I've seen of it, I think it's a beautiful satire of what it's like to be gay in America. Yeah. I am pro-choice because I am anti-abortion, and I see pro-choice's platform and the things that they support actually leading to less abortions. Whereas pro-life, their actions that they want to take and the things that they want to do, the laws they want to put in, actually lead to more dangerous abortions being performed. Whereas pro-choice is focusing on some other ways that actually get rid of and lead to a world where there isn't a need for abortions. Do I think churches should pay taxes? I think at the very least, churches should be looking at their budgets and should be looking at what their normal property tax is and take what gift it is to not pay property tax and give it back to the community in some way. They should at least be putting that much back into the community every single year. And if they do that, then they should maintain their tax exempt stability. If they are not using their money to go back into the community, if they're not using the money that they are saving by not paying property tax. Now, I say that, and my church probably would pass that, but it would probably be tight. if we actually did assess our budget that way. So I say that as like a goal that churches should have, that we should be reaching for that goal at the very least. It's an ideal. My church that I preach at is called First Presbyterian Church, Birmingham, Michigan. Link is in the bio. West Piper, hello. I'm going to make you a moderator too. No pressure, but if you see anybody being rude, go ahead and bump them. Thoughts on the Duggar family? I saw a couple people, like, they're kind of coming up in the news. I think it's a unusual interpretation of scripture. I think some of the parenting practices are unusual. And I think they are falling into some of the same holes that the church falls into with trying to protect people who should be paying consequences. Thoughts on waiting until marriage? I think it's a beautiful option for people. There are lots of really good reasons why you want to do that. It's not for everyone, though. Best moment as a religious pioneer? This moment with all of you. Is that too cheesy? Is that too pandering to the audience? Another religion that resonates with me. Okay, so in seminary, I went to an ecumenical seminary, which means that the seminary had lots of different denominations of people in it. But it was actually kind of an interfaith seminary because we had a Muslim chaplaincy program. We had some Jewish rabbis who were in training that took some classes. So we had some great conversations. And one of the classes I had to take was an interfaith class to learn about all the different faiths that are out there. And I swear every week we would learn. We'd have like the first week where we'd like learn about the religion, then we have to go back and do some more work and come back. The first day that we learned about it, I was like, I'm in. This is great. This is awesome. I'm in. So like we did Hindu, we did Islam, we did Judaism, we did Sikhism, we did what else did we do? Buddhism. We did a lot of them. And every week I was like, I'm in, I want it. But then as I researched more, I'd learned like something about it that just like didn't quite fit with who I was and how I wanted to practice my faith. So like everything I think everyone they all resonate on some level with me, but I have remained a Christian because it is Christianity, the fullness of Christianity, that really resonates with me. Thoughts on Young Life? They have some interesting, some hard theologies. I believe they have asked any employee or leader within their program to sign a document that says they are not gay and they do not have a friend or family member that they love who's gay, which just feels manipulative and a bit what do I want to say it? It just feels wrong. It doesn't ring as a good policy. So I don't steer my kids towards Young Life. There is like UKirk, which is the Presbyterian kind of campus ministry. That's what I steer my kids towards, is UKirk. Carrie! Hi! You're not a moderator on me either. So now you are. Thanks for stopping by. So I've actually visited Elevation Church, and There's a progressive Christian on here who attends Elevation Church, and I've asked them about it because, like, my assumption when I walked in there was that they were not affirming. What I hear is that they just kind of don't talk about it, which in some ways is better, but it's not the best. But if you're gonna like, you know, have an option of going to a mega church that the pastor is going to come out and say something, you know, against LGBT people, and a pastor that's just like doesn't want to talk about it, I guess pick the one that's not going to talk about it. How do I deal with toxic street Bible thumpers? I've dealt with them in different ways over my life. My way of dealing with them now is to ignore them. In college, I unfortunately was one of the ones that would like jeer and like comment back and just kind of like egg them on. And I really I feel bad for that because that wasn't the way to respond to somebody. When I went to the Rose Bowl one year, and they were all along, you know, the parade route of the Rose Bowl. And so every time we passed one, I would just scream out to the people who was with me, like, actually, Jesus loves you. You're loved by Jesus. You know, God loves you just the way you are. And just kind of like say, you know, something try to be a little bit like louder than them as I was passing by. But now I just kind of I don't know. The only place I've ever engaged with them again is at like pride parades when they actively come out, to a place that's supposed to be a safe space. I do go and say, like, this isn't really the place. Like, you know, there are other places where you can get this message across. Like, they know. They know you think that they're going to hell. Like, you're not telling them anything new today. It's never helped, but I do try to do that sometimes. Prosperity preachers, not my favorite. I think it's a warping of the gospel. That's not how, and like Job is very clearly saying that's not how it works. I don't know much about like karma and rebirth, so I don't know if I have a lot of opinions about that. Have not heard of the Cathedral of Hope in Dallas. Evangelicalism, is it bad or good? Yes. Just like Presbyterianism, is it bad or good? It can be. I don't have kids. I have a youth ministry those are my kids. Does baptism have to happen at a certain age? In the Presbyterian Church, we baptize both children and adults. I think I made a video a couple weeks ago, just kind of explaining, like, my favorite is baby baptisms or baptisms of children, simply because it reminds us that God chooses us to be part of God's family before we understand what that means, before we have like belief. Like, it's not our expressing our belief or anything that wins us anything. It is God's choice to welcome us into the family. So I love the imagery of that. But it's also pretty cool when an older kid or an adult comes in and says, like, I have experienced God and I want to be a part of that family. And I want to mark myself as part of that family. That's pretty cool too. So both are good. I do have a preference, but you know, it is what it is. Thoughts about a pastor having 5 churches. In a lot of countries, this is very, very normal, that there are so few people who are able to support themselves, to send themselves through seminary, that they have multiple churches, or that the churches are so small because they're in like small little villages that they have to team up together to afford to have a pastor, to let someone be their pastor as a living. I think this might be happening it is happening in in America, where there's a pastor that has like 3 or 4 churches that they'll be under care with. Sometimes those churches end up combining to make one church. But so I don't think it's a problem if a pastor has more, especially if it's like a finance issue or an issue of like finding someone that can do the work. I will be making a video about Lil Nas X's music video. From the clips that I've seen, I think it is a very intriguing and inspiring satire of what it is to be gay in America. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to look at something else on my phone for 1 second. Hold on. I have lost my connection, but here we go. There we go. We're back. And Cats in the Cradle has a gift for me. Thank you. I just had to check to make sure I didn't have anything on my calendar tonight that I was forgetting. I was like, I'm pretty sure I was done for the night, but like, I really don't want to for someone to be like, where are you? Be like, oh, I was hanging out with 100 people on TikTok. What were you doing? Yes. Beth, Heather, and Ever. Oh, there's a space somewhere. I'm not. Be the. Oh no, I'm not. My brain isn't computing. But yes, whatever. Better than ever. Better than ever. Better than ever. Maybe that's what you mean. Better than ever. Wasn't added in the Bible till 1946. There's a great TikTok account. 1946 movie. Check it out. Thank you. This was given to me by another progressive TikTok pastor. Sent this to me in the mail with a beautiful little note. I was like, oh, so sweet. Got to church. I was like, what is this letter? I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Jennifer Life, I'm so glad that you found me as well. The TikTok algorithm is doing God's work. Miami! Oh man, do I wish I was in Miami? I heard you guys were having like a like city emergency because there's so many people down there for spring break. Maybe I don't want to be down there right now. What do I think about the commandments? I think they're pretty good. I like Jesus's commandment and wrap up of the commandments a little bit better, to love God and love your neighbor. I also wish God or Jesus had said like love God and love your neighbor and love yourself. The Bible always says, love your neighbor as yourself, but some of us don't love ourselves very well. So I wish there was more of like, take care of yourself. I think it's in there. It's just not explicit as it is for loving God and loving neighbor. For me, by me. That's so sweet. I'm so glad you're here. Coming out to family, like if you know that they love you and they know that they're gonna at least start from like okay, we love you, let's figure this out. The guidance is to be prepared for disappointment and be prepared for it to take a long time for them to come around to maybe where you want them to be. Jennifer Sims, glad you're here too. Are commandments something to live by? Yeah, I think they're a good representation of like a baseline moral code. The name of my church is First Presbyterian Church, Birmingham, Michigan. The problem with the commandments is they also get a little bit warped. Like the whole like, don't covet your neighbor's wife. It's kind of like it's very masculine based. So like if I take the Bible literally, technically, can I covet my neighbor's husband? Because technically it doesn't say that in there. So you do have to like add some context in that. Yeah, people keep talking about a Discord server. Yeah, I'd have to learn more about Discord to figure out how that works. Favorite book of the Bible? Recently, my favorite book of the Bible is John. I also love Ecclesiastes. Those are good ones. No, Fred, you're my favorite. Thoughts on tattoos? They're cool. Yeah, they can be inspiring and help you express yourself. I have not watched the Lil Nas X video. I will do it. It's on my things to do list right here when I get off of this live. And maybe if I have energy, I will make a video about it tonight. I'm in Birmingham, Michigan. Can I have a love reading? Yes, God loves you. How do you tell your parents that you're non-binary? If it is safe for you to do that, if you think that they're going to have a good response, they're going to have a lot of questions, and be prepared for those questions. Sometimes if you're younger and you're not sure how it's going to react, you can do hypothetical questions and drop some, little what do you think about, watch a TV show that's got a non-binary character? Oh, what do you think about that? That's interesting. Find your allies, find the people that are going to support you if they come out, if your parents are not really sure. They might be able to help you explain things to them. Have I watched the Chosen series? I think I have. It is low-key terrifying. Yeah. It's low-key terrifying to open up about who you are, and the chance that someone might not like that. That rejection is terrifying. Emma Animal, thanks for scrolling in. Do I believe in miracles? Have I witnessed any? I think I have experienced miracles. For example, maybe a year and a half ago, my dad had a heart failure, and he had a catheter of his heart, and they were like, oh, you've got 3 arteries that are 70% blocked. We need to fix this. And then he went back a couple months later when his heart was strong enough for the surgery, and the doctor was like, why are you here? And he was like, well, you said that I had 3 arteries 70% blocked. And he's like, no, there's nothing wrong with your heart. You're fine. What happened? So I could choose to believe that the first doctor effed up and made us worry for a year for no reason. Or I can choose that, maybe we got a miracle. It's a much more loving and peaceful place to be, to believe in miracles, than it is to degrade that first doctor. Yeah. What made me decide to start a TikTok? So I had been watching TikTok for at least a year before I started making TikToks. I got on TikTok because my youth group was coming in to youth group and doing all these dances, and I was like, I don't know what's happening, what's going on. And so I was like, I gotta figure out what's going on. So I came on TikTok. I was one of those, just kind of watching and not really making any content. And then in September of 2020, I started stumbling across conservative Christian TikTok, but it was interesting that in that year, TikTok never took me over there. It took a year for me to start engaging with Christianity on TikTok. And was knew that there was some struggles with the things that were being preached by other TikTok creators, some big TikTok creators. But didn't really do anything about it. And then I got a call from a parent that their daughter, one of my youth group kids, was bawling and crying because she was convinced she was going to hell. And I was like, what has convinced you you're going to hell? I've never said that to you. You've never heard that you're going to hell from me. What's going on? She's like, someone on TikTok said I was a lukewarm Christian and I'm going to hell. And I was like, oh, screw that. Mama Bear Pastor kicked in, and I went, no one is telling my kids that they're going to hell without me at least saying something back and giving another option and another message. And so I started making TikToks, and pretty quickly found my people, found all of you, and it's been a beautiful journey. It's been weird. I've been teaching about online bullying for years. I had no idea. And this is from strangers on the internet. If someone was bullying me and I knew them and I had to look at them in the eye in school the next day, oh man, yeah. So I'm having to revamp my bullying talks to engage with how I now understand online bullying to work. But also found amazing people like you who the simple message that God loves you is something that you want to have on your TikTok feed every day. And that is incredible to me. And so I'm very happy and honored to bring that to you as many times as I possibly can. Sometimes I feel like a broken record on this app, but hopefully more and more people are hearing the message that they are loved. And that is that. There's no caveat to it. It's you are loved. Cyberbullying is so bad. Yeah. Honestly, I don't tell my kids to get on TikTok. When the parents ask me like, hey, my kid wants to get on TikTok, I'm like, if they don't already have it, don't do it. Don't do it. It is a dangerous place. It is a wild ocean where you have no idea where you might end up. There's no way to navigate yourself a lot of times into good and bad territory. But if a kid is on TikTok, I say, follow me and follow these other people and make sure that you're, I tell the parents to sit down and watch their following page. Just scroll through the following page with them every once in a while, just to see who they're following and ask them questions. Why did you like to follow them? What do you like about them? I think it's a great way for parents to learn more about what their kids like and what their kids are drawn to. So that's the story of how I got on TikTok. Kind of missionary story. I was in the community, but then had to start speaking up. Anti-religious ideologies. I think the ones that straight up reject the idea or call people silly or ignorant for believing that, those are the ones that hurt the most. Do I have a relationship with the people who attend? I think you're talking about maybe church. The people who attend my church in person, absolutely. We do pastoral care and stuff. The people who attend more regularly, more relationship there. And actually on here, I'm starting to build relationships with people. There are people who pop in that I recognize their names and I can remember their stories and what I prayed for them for last week and can check in on them. I'm terrible with names. But because on TikTok, I get names and a profile picture. If you change your profile picture, I will forget who you are. But if you keep your name and your picture, I will remember you and, it'll be awesome. And we'll build a little bit of a thing. Miss Lucy, I will be making a video about that. I think it will probably be, a positive review of Little Nas X, but I haven't seen the whole video, so I'm not sure. Favorite color is orange. The cat was on earlier. The turtle is kind of hard to get to. He's downstairs. But I'll make a video with him one day. I have a way to play tic-tac-toe with him that I've been meaning to film and put onto TikTok. Bible says no intercourse before marriage. That is because the only worth and value women had was to be pure for their husband, and it wasn't because of like some like sexualization. The man just wanted to be sure that any babies born from her were absolutely his. So he could have cared less. Like, she could have had sex a year ago. Guys, like, that didn't really matter. It was that she had to be pure within the last like 10, 12 months to know that the baby was going to be his, and that was the biggest concern. So that's why the no intercourse before marriage was, because if women wanted to have a good life, instead of going to school and studying and doing those kinds of things, they had to maintain their purity. So that's why the Bible talks about it that way, and we've moved forward in our culture in a lot of different ways, and so that isn't really the concern. The concern, like the thing to learn from that is that whatever we have value in, like whatever our value is, we do need to protect it. So like there is value in our sexuality, but that means we need to express it in an honorable way. We need to express it in a way that is true to our nature. So that's one way we can honor our sexuality. We need to make sure that we are giving and getting consent. And that it's a consent that can be revoked at any time. So even if you're like already in the act and the person goes, I've changed my mind, you're like, cool, whatever. Yep, that's fine. And there's no guilt trips in that. So the value of our sexuality needs to be maintained. It's not necessarily a purity value. The value isn't in purity, but it's in that it does have innate value, that we need to protect it. Soul tie? Where is that in scripture? There's no such thing. That would mean that the forefathers of Christianity had soul ties with loads and loads of women. Like, is that biblical? You know? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Polygamy? If it is, then why aren't we doing it more? Why do we negate that as well? My son just came out to me, I think is what you're saying. How can I tell his dad? So you know his dad? You know his dad better than I do. You probably know his dad better than he does. So that is, that's up to you, unfortunately. If it's somebody who is maybe not going to be accepting, ask some hypotheticals. You know, if so-and-so's friend, if you heard that so-and-so's friend was gay, you know, how would you want to respond? If you found out that somebody you loved was gay, how would you want to respond? Ask those hypotheticals. Hopefully he will say something like, well, I guess in the long run, I want them to know that they're loved, and, you know, I might not understand or agree with everything, but like, I love them. And you say, great. So to express that to somebody is when they come out to you, you say, that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for trusting that for me. And give them the words that you know they want to say, but maybe are having a hard time formulating. Those hypotheticals, watch some TV shows maybe with them that have gay characters and ask hypotheticals about them. You know, if you've got to plant some seeds to get them there, you might have to do that. But you can be the ally and the assistant in making that an easy transition and another successful coming out story where the reaction is love. What the heck is soul tie? Ugh. I didn't grow up in a church that like taught purity culture. It kind of seeped in because they didn't really know anything better to say. And so they kind of some of those things, but like I don't know all of the like little intricacies, but soul tie sounds really gross. Blech. I have this great story. I did have somebody who, it was a male about the same age as me, who was in seminary already before I was in seminary. And we were teaching a class together. He was teaching the boys, I was teaching the girls. And he was like, I want to do this thing about sex. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a piece of tape and we're going to put it on their arm and we're going to rip it off. And it's going to hurt a lot. And you're going to see all that hair stuck on there. And you're going to be like, now, do you want to use this piece of tape again? And he he did the experiment on me. He put the tape on my arm and ripped it off. I don't have any hair on my arm, so the experiment didn't work. So the tape was perfectly clean, and the tape was like perfectly like usable again. And so like as he's explaining it, he's like, oh. Like obviously he was taught this in a boys group and only using like boys representations, and he didn't realize that the boy imagery of like used tape was not going to work because there's no hair on my arm. And I am like exceptionally not hairy on my arm. Like I don't even have like peach fuzz or things on my arm. So that was, at the moment I didn't really understand what was happening. I was like, that didn't work. But later on I'm like, oh my gosh, he tried to do a purity culture thing on me and it didn't work. T1D Mandy, hello. Hello, how are you? Gary on religion, welcome. I think TikTok has removed all of my moderator settings because I swear I've made you all moderators before. I know I've made Carrie a moderator before. It just like lost my information or something. Jack Mosja? Rosie Scalp, welcome. Do I ever hold mass online? So we call it worship service, but yeah, we do have worship service online. Usually it is live streamed, so it's just like you're watching the service on YouTube. But I am developing a couple services where it's like a Zoom meeting. There's actually a Zoom meeting worship service on Thursday, for Maundy Thursday. So yes, you can be a moderator. Oh, if I don't lose you, go away. Hold on. Where'd it go? There it is. Sorry, I'm losing track of my brain. You can go to my church website and look for Holy Week, and you'll see the Maundy Thursday Zoom service. And I think the link for that goes live like right before the service, which is 7 p.m. You're scared that God doesn't love you because you're gay? Oh, don't be scared. God loves that you are gay. God created you as gay and gave you that piece of sexuality to express and help us understand sexuality better. So thank you for being you. What is full autonomy? That's good. So autonomy is the ability to make choices, and choices on your own. So there are a couple things you need to have full autonomy. One is honesty. If you lie to me and I make a choice based on lies, that was not an autonomous choice. I made choices based on false information. So you need to have honesty. You also need to have trust that if I'm willing to make a choice that is a little bit risky, I trust that when I want to revoke it, you will honor my revoked choice. So autonomy has to be reversible. The choice that you make has to be okay to reverse it if you want. Those are the two main things for autonomy, to be able to make choices on your own. And to not be coerced, not to have any of those things happen to you, to make sure that you can have autonomy. Can I have a one-on-one conversation with you? So if you are over 18, you can have a one-on-one conversation with me. The best way to do that is to find me on Instagram, which is Rev.Bethany on Instagram, and send me a message there. Make sure you tell me that you were in my live and that's where you met me. If you are under 18, I cannot. The only way I communicate with someone who is a minor is either in the comment sections of my videos. The best thing to do is to go into like one of my older videos that doesn't have a lot of traffic anymore and ask a question there, and I'll see it and I'll start a conversation with you there. It is public, like people can see it. If it is something that is truly sensitive that you don't want on a public video like that, You can email me at my church, but I will be linking in another pastor into the conversation just to have another set of eyes on any conversation I have with a minor. So those are my rules. Scared to come out. Oh my gosh. I feel like I want one of the other progressive pastors on TikTok who are gay to do a Bible study. I'm scared. What do I do? Because my advice after I say it 5 times, it feels really hollow. But rally your troops, find your allies, find the people who will support you. If you are underage, make sure you're prepared for an exit plan. It might mean that you have to kind of bite your tongue for a couple of years until you are of age to get a job and rent an apartment if something, terrible response happens. You can maybe ask some hypothetical questions and plant some seeds. What if, have some conversations in the what if world with them and gauge their response. An intuitive, loving parent will hear those what if questions and start the process of they might be asking this for a reason. Someone who's okay with that will be okay, we're getting there. They're exploring something. If you're pretty sure it's going to be a negative response, definitely make sure you know what your exit plan is. I am still live. Can you believe it? Holy guacamole. There's still 100 people here. How am I supposed to leave when there's so many great questions and so many great people here? If I was sitting in church and we did worship and there were 100 people still in the building, we'd still be chatting. So I'm having a hard time drawing a boundary here. I will draw a boundary here pretty soon because my eyes are starting to water from my ring light. Becca, did I see your question? Thoughts on multiple partners? It's a good question. Queertheology.com actually has a commentator who is polyamorous. And so I think they have a class that talks about polyamory and Christianity, which I haven't taken yet. It's a growing edge. It's a learning edge for me. It mostly because I have had personal experiences with someone misusing open relationship and cheating on me and just not communicating what was happening in the relationship. And so those past hurts for me make me make judgments and have biases that are not necessarily good to put into practice into other people's worlds. So I am still learning about that polyamory, and I'm not really sure what my answer is. So yeah, it seems to work for some people. I have been terribly hurt by it, so I am cautious about it. Blue, I would say wait until it's safe. Wait until, you don't have to depend on the family for things. Biblical view on drinking? There's a lot of drinking in the Bible. I think you answered your own question. Legally. Do it legally. Denise Hernandez, hello. Finding a church, there are links in my bio to search engines. Gay Church, Church Clarity, More Light Presbyterians. resources for LGBTQ Christians in my bio. Lots of resources. More Light Presbyterians have a beautiful resource page. Reformation Project has a couple good LinkedIn things. Queer Theology links up with a lot of good things. Those are all great places to start and to learn. Okay, I can feel my brain burning out. I can feel my brain just like slowly shriveling away. And because it's Holy Week, I should probably be kind to myself, and get off of TikTok and get off of chatting. But I have so loved talking with all of you. I'm going to go live again. I think I said Wednesday, at 7 or 8. It's in my bio the next time I'm going to go live. So I will go live in a couple more days. So get your questions ready and we'll be back again together. You are all awesome and you are all loved, and be kind to yourself until we meet again. Talk to you soon.